All right. Hi, everybody. Okay. Hey, Pierre. How's it going? Good to see you. I'm just getting set up here. Okay. It's going. How are you? I'm all right. I'm all right, Pierre. Mm, Hopefully you and the baby are doing all right. Okay. Yeah. Let me just check this thing. All right. Go. A little bit of music. Okay. Good. We're okay. Trying to stay positive. Yeah, it can be hard, huh? Yeah. And it's not easy to stay positive the way things are right now with some people in the tech industry was what I mean. Jobs and work and money and all of that. And a kid in tow. So I get it. Okay, I think I'm pretty much ready. Just restream sometimes is annoying. What? All right. Let me get my chair comfy. It's gonna be kind of a boring stream. I'm just gonna be working on the game. Nothing too fancy. So first of all, hello to everybody, and I hope you're having a good day or night or whatever. Hope it's good. Um, yeah, hopefully I can provide you a little bit of background noise. while I sit here and plug away on this game. So for anybody who's not familiar, I'm writing this in C and compiling to WebAssembly and then running it on the browser with vanilla JavaScript, div elements, CSS. No GPU acceleration, no cheats. So I'm just going to plug away at this. I hope you're all doing well. Got the music playing. And then maybe later I'll talk about the launch of a new website I built, which I think some of you will appreciate. All right. Yesterday, we sorted out a few issues. Yeah. We're implementing a battle game mechanic. And the battles are turn-based. And we had to sort out some issues with rendering. And we got that sorted out. So at this point, I need to clean up a few of the console logs. I don't want these. Yeah, I don't want these anymore. And then I will actually just start seeing if we can implement the battle. There are a few things we do have to do to implement the battle, but we'll just plug away at it. No, not this. Here we go. Okay, so I want to get rid of these. Don't need these. This is just telling us. That we have stuff. That we have NPCs. All right. What was wrong with that ship? Which ship? Which ship, Vincente? Oh yeah, real hard to stay positive. Accidentally read what's going on in politics. Gotta avoid that. Have you heard about the H-1B visa thing, Pure? I did a whole take on that yesterday. Talked all about the visa stuff yesterday. Actually talked to Eric Weinstein on an X space with him about it. And I tried to explain kind of my view on it. I guess that's politics. One in Travis's position. You didn't read about it? Oh, you did read about it. Yeah. The one in Travis's position. This one here, this one's fine. This is normal. There should. Yeah, there's a rant yesterday. Go back on my YouTube live stream. You'll catch it. I talk about the H-1B visa stuff. There's a whole like. So if you don't know who Eric Weinstein is like a extremely popular personality online, I guess, but a mathematician by trade. And he's got the ear of a lot of other pretty important people. And he let me on an X space with a few others just to talk about the visa stuff. Because it initiated with Elon and Vivek saying that there's not enough tech talent. And I'm like, well, I don't agree. Here's why. So I actually got to go on in front of several thousand people and shoot my shot He actually ended up agreeing with me. Yeah, he actually ended up agreeing with me. Um, he wanted to talk about STEM as a whole, and like I can't. What the hell do I know about science? But I know a lot about tech. That's pretty screwed up. And so I talked about that, and he was like, "Well, hang on though. I want to talk about STEM, etc." Like, okay. But then, like at the end, it broke up into two spaces because he had internet issues. And then at the very end, was it the very end? It was near the end. He just ended up saying exactly what I was saying about tech. Like, we have no idea what we're doing. He does. He has a theory of everything based on geometry. Yeah. Yeah, that guy's smart. I was fortunate to be allowed to go on that. Um yeah, that's all. So I guess that's politics. Can't escape politics even here, right? I will not let you escape politics. You must talk about it. Even if I'm sitting here building a stupid video game. Doesn't matter. It shall be discussed. Hopefully I get to do that again, because I actually don't think I did a very good job explaining my position. And that's probably more why he kind of like moved on from what I was saying. It's probably because I wasn't explaining myself very well when I was trying to talk about it. It just kind of, I don't know. I think he thinks differently. So there's like a particular style of language you have to use in order to like kind of like speak to a brain like that, which is beyond me. Like it's far superior to my brain. So I'm not pretending like I was in doing something or speaking sophistry. I just didn't do a good job, and so he's like, well, there's other people outside of tech. It's not just about tech. I'm like, all right. I think those are all the console logs. Yeah. Okay. So then, uh, so all right. So we're at the point where we can just start writing our scene, I guess. Start writing the battle. Um, this needs to be broken out, but yeah, that's all right. Um, what I'm gonna do, yeah, here's the scene over here, and then we have the rendering here. I need to do, I don't want word wrap on. It's actually kind of annoying. I want this. Yeah, that's much better. All right. Um, so listen, folks, you're not going to catch anybody else in the text streaming world. I'm not joking. You won't catch anyone else in the text streaming world compiling C to WebAssembly and then rendering out NPCs and vanilla DOM elements, vanilla JS, vanilla DOM elements. It's just not going to happen. And no one has the balls. No one has the cojones. All right, what I want to do is, it's getting a little confusing. It's going to be really confusing in the battle if we have a bunch of Krakens flying around. It would be much better if we could take a minute and figure out the rendering issues with the entities. It ain't right. So the ship is supposed to be a ship because I stupidly just decided that I wanted this to be a ship. This is supposed to be the bank teller where you deposit money for the bank. But I see two issues. One issue is the ship is off, like off center. So whatever our calculation is for offsetting this, it's not right. And I'm not sure why. 3008 by 2304. 3008. 2304. I don't think that helps. No. So could I do something like really? Okay, so now the ship is centered. I essentially I took the full width and height of the whole atlas and then I just halved it. I don't know why that was required. It might have something to do with the sizing mechanism I have. I'll check that in a second. So then my other question is, what's up with this? Oh, it's because I have a custom value. Oh, all right. So maybe this is an easy fix then. All right, let's try. So let's say by default it's oh, I don't know. Let's try that. And then the Atlas class all the way up here. We want to copy over that CSS that we just did. Okay, and then what I want to do is figure out why that works. And I'm pretty sure it's got something to do with my I'm doing this thing where like I set the default size of each square on the map to, I think it's 32 by 32 pixels. And then I blow it up by 2. Let's see if I can find it. If I'm right about that, then that might be why it was off base to be. Yeah, okay. It's a scale. Oh, I see now. All right. So okay. By default, I'm setting each square to be 16 by 16, but then I have an upscale of 2. So 32 pixels by 32 pixels. The issue is that my atlas here is based on 64 by 64, which then gets downscaled to 32. So when I set the atlas as a background image, that's fine. That works great. But when I set the background size, I'm assuming a 64 by 64 pixel square for each one of these squares. Each one of these, which is not right. It's 32. That's why you have to have the background size. And if you have the background size of the atlas, and then you offset by where in the atlas you want a thing to be rendered from, like a grid coordinate, then it works. There we go. We're back. That did it. All right. So the next thing that I want to do is, do I have like... Do I have anywhere in here just a character? I don't think I do. Okay. What we're going to have to do is the following. I kind of thought I had on this one. We're going to open up our atlas. And then we're going to go use this thing. This is a really cool little thing where you can create characters and you just like you generate them essentially. And you can do all kinds of cool stuff with it. So I just want to create. Yeah, like that, idle. And what you can do? Muscular. Damn, check out those abs, yo. Pregnant. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty advanced. Okay. Wounds, special, zombie skeleton, tails, wings, lizard, heads, human, female, pig, rat, ears, nose, whatever. I just want like torso, shirts, long sleeve. Okay. Legs, pants, and shoes. Okay. And hair. Bald, shaved, short, spiky. Oh, that's terrible. Ew. Mop, messy, bedhead. Parted. I don't know. Oh, these are no good. I think I built a very bad character. Let's just go with like. Can't do that. It's so bad. No, I can't. Let's go no hair. Let's just put a hat on, I guess. So stupid. What? Formal? No. Cavalier? Yeah, sure. Who cares? So bad. This is so bad. I can't look at that. It's so terrible. Go back to caps. What about like Bonnie Feather? Oh, that's a little better. Okay. That's fine. It's all good. Okay, so this is the complete sheet. I don't know why it didn't put in the whatever. Let's go. We're gonna copy it and then I'm curious how it'll fit here. Or if it will fit, apparently. Huh. Okay, I guess. What would be a good way for me to not do this way? Because that's going to be annoying to try and it's going to be annoying to try and clear out. I don't want to do that. So what if I did this? Nope. Okay. $832, $29.44. So that's what we're gonna do. So we'll go 832, $29.44. Go like this. All right. And then ultimately all I really want is like there we go. All I want is like the top. There we go. Maybe just like this. I want to snap to grid. Probably. That's not enough. This might be too much. Like, what happens if I... yeah, there we go. Okay. So I just got to make sure that it's kind of like, line up. I want to see the grid, right? Show the grid, yeah. Hey, Justin on YouTube. Good to see you, man. How you doing? Hey, Laugh. How you doing, bud? Okay. So the grid... either this grid is not sized right or I'm going crazy, and it's probably not sized right. All right, that's fine. We'll wing it. Where'd you pilfer these sprites from? I'll show you. I'll show you in just a sec. Let's go. I'll just try and do my best to like center it. There we go. It's this thing. Sander Franken github.io. This thing has been around in various shapes and forms. Geez, for going back years now. Years. It used to be called like a chibi chibi character creator, CHIBI. And you'd have a whole bunch of available options, and you just create the thing, the characters, and people keep recreating it because like the old one died, and you know. Yeah, so that's where I get it from. Built for RPG Maker? Yeah, probably. Yeah. I don't know if it was, but it wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so if I did this right. I didn't do this right. I did do this right. I just didn't put it in the right place. Okay, so I probably want something like 1 or 2, row 2, or maybe, yeah, row 2 or 3. Okay, let me go back to where I render the things here. Right here. What are Wang tiles? Laugh. I don't know what those are. What you talking about, Willis? 3 x times 3 be like, probably. No. Is it 2? No. What have I done? Wang D's nuts. That's right, Vicente. Got him, boys. Wang D's nuts. Wang tiles. Wang tiles were proposed. Tiles never overlap. Ah. Okay, I've thought about something like Wang tiles. Wang. Got a big one, am I right? But I'm not there yet. All I'm doing is just dumping sprites down just to get something on screen that looks better, that's more appropriate. Because right now it's just a bunch of junk. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do. But Wang tiles, not a bad idea. When I actually get to the point where I'm like putting the tiles together for realsies. Little Spiro. Listen, there's nothing little about Spiro. Okay. I've had a kid. Okay. Throw out a mom joke. I can't. Your mom's right here in the kitchen. I would offend her. It's too offensive, Vicente. I can't do it. I can't make a mom joke. No. Vicente's mom, go back. No. I wasn't calling you. Back to the kitchen. Yeah. You know how I like my sandwiches. Yes, I told him there's nothing little about me. I've told him all that. I know you know. I'll find out later tonight too, know what I'm saying? But for now, back to the kitchen, please. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Okay, there we go. We've got people. Render's pretty fast. It's like instant render. It's nice. It might be hard to tell on stream, but let's see if I can break it this way. Yeah, all good. The bank teller needs to look different though. Can't have the bank teller looking like a ship. There we go. And there's our ships. All right. Okay. Looking good. We need a retro gaming revival. Like where everything is a retro game. Like all the games are retro games. That's what we need. Were you thinking about this earlier? Yeah. Somebody was thinking about it earlier. What were you thinking about, Laugh? Like it would be really cool if game studios. Okay. Here's what I would like to see. Right now, retro gaming is mostly relegated to the realm of indie developers. We're just old. Yeah, we are just old. Also, hey everyone on TikTok, by the way. And LinkedIn and Rumble and wherever. Indie developers, indie game developers like myself are relegated to doing retro because it's an easy it's a comparatively easy medium as opposed to 3D. Comparative, right? Just pure comparatively. But what if what if a AAA company just went all in on a retro game? Something that would actually legitimately run on maybe some older hardware. Okay, maybe not that far. That might be pushing it a little bit too far. It should be as if you, like, I don't know, pulled out like a Sega Genesis or a Super Nintendo or something, or even an N64, maybe not N64, and you had, like, you got a game for it, but it had some more modern stuff, and it was just like, I guess some of it has been done with like the Dragon Quest 3 remaster. That's kind of like a retro-ish thing that's been redone. Triangle Strategy. There's another game I can't think of right now. It would actually be advantageous for newer dev studios to start out with retro small projects to afford specialists for graphics programming or whatever for bigger projects. Yeah. I really want Nintendo or Sega to re-release an old console with super liberal license. Right. Perhaps with a few touch-ups to the hardware. Yeah. Not too much, right? That would kind of like, that would be the key. You'd want to have it so that it was like, it could run. It's close enough to like an original retro style hardware that it could run there, but it's just pushed a little bit, you know? Yeah. Modern TV, modern stuff. Yeah. Imagine a AAA studio just releases like a crazy, I don't know, crazy retro style game that it just like, it's like a, I don't know, you booted it up, and you know what I want to see? Okay, this is something that I've thought about. One of the primary reasons for me doing this game with the embedded WebAssembly and stuff in a single HTML file, I'm going to offer a paid version of the game. I will literally 3D print a case, and it will have a USB connection, and it will contain the game. And you will have a physical copy with some artwork that I will have somebody make for it. If you want an actual physical copy of the game, like the, you know, back in the days when we had consoles and you plugged it in, you know, and you could play the game. I want to, that's what I'm going to do that. I just have to find the right artwork for it. I think that'd be cool. Okay. This is currently automatic. It should be manual with confirm. Actually, what I think maybe we'll just go for it. We're just gonna make this happen. Okay. So do I need to update the rendering mechanism here for the scene? Probs. Probs do. Yeah, like a Raspberry Pi. That's a great idea, Vicente. Yeah. Imagine taking a Raspberry Pi. Maybe with a screen. Nah. I don't know if I want to take it that far. I don't know if I want to... I think maybe just like a USB stick. Just the raw USB, and then you just double click an HTML file, it opens it. And you play the game. I'm not sure putting it on a Raspberry Pi, because then I have to sell basically the cost of the Raspberry Pi with the screen and stuff on it. TFT 2.8 that I can't get to work. What's TFT 2.8? What is that? I could just also look it up, but... Oh, a TFT screen. Oh, you couldn't get the TFT screen to work. Got it. Via GPIO. Okay, got it. So the screen, was it the screen that couldn't work? Like it was that the issue? Skill issues, yeah. Sounds about right. Okay, what happened there? Elements. What are these scene elements? That's weird. I guess we'll just wrap this. Make sure put a guard on it. And then we'll just... Okay. So let's re-render everything. Yeah, okay. What I should do is, because this is a battle scene, I probably want to have the text hidden. I probably want to have the text hidden. I don't want to, there's no like actual dialogue happening here, so that's fine. I can do that later once I've got the battle mechanics sorted out. The choices will stay though. So we want to use the scene choices. We just don't want to show. We just don't want to show dialogue. We don't want to show text until, say, we complete an action that we want the user to confirm, which I suppose is every action. Okay, let's not worry about that then. We'll have to figure out the battle mechanics first, and then... It's choices there. Okay, keep that on. Yeah. Okay, once we've confirmed it, we go to take turn. Did we actually do that though? Yeah, taking a turn. That's right. Okay, cool. Okay, so we took a turn. Why are there so many ships? There shouldn't be this many ships. Oh, there is. Okay, there's 8. And it took a turn. Holy crap, it's working already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? It's weird. Let's just pretend like that's not a thing. Oh, I guess there are 5 captains. It's the player and 4 others. Yeah, no, that's right. 2 ships each. Holy crap. Okay, so when we initialize up here, we just move to the next thing. So let's do that. not just this. Yeah, something's not right here. Let me go back up. What about this scene? How am I doing at this scene? Okay. Right. In the confirm action. I have completely forgotten. That's how it works. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we do that. Okay, and then we have to show. Okay, so what choice do we have here? Well, the only choice we have is confirmation right now. Makes complete sense. We don't have any other choices right now. Once you confirm, then you should just go back. It should just never-endingly play through actions. Yeah. Sweet. Okay. I want to fix the health and stuff. Let's go fix the health of those ships. Okay, why would it be 0? That's odd. All right, what if we don't clear this data? Is this a data issue? Or like a memory issue? No. Let's test something. What happens if I set... Oh yeah, I have to set them. Have to set the value. Really? Really? That's annoying. Why can we not just reference the same ship IDs as above and get the same ship data? Why do we have to restate the data? This is a little odd. But it's not something I need to worry about right now, particularly because I'm going to have to do this anyways. So what I have to do, yeah, is I have to create a ship for all the fleet. All the fleets in question, so might as well just get to it. Let's see. Now everything should be 100. And it is. Okay. So then what I can do is maybe instead of hiding the dialogue, I can just create a special little dialogue entry for this scene, just this scene. It's a battle scene, so just make it a special thing. That'll work. Okay. No, I want to keep that actually. Okay, so now that everyone is taking a turn, we want to kind of like simulate an action. So an action would be like well, what if we just assumed cannon attacks for everyone? What if all ships just took a cannon attack? Yeah, I know. I know, laugh the kid. I do have quite a few Nintendo items. Also, guess what my sister got me for Christmas? You'll never guess, laugh. You'll never guess. Yeah. Yeah. She yeah. I'll bring it on screen. Maybe when I take a break here and I'll go grab what I got for Christmas presents. Yeah, it's all Mario stuff. Including hang on, I gotta think. Was it Bowser? I'm pretty sure I got the most comfortable pair of Bowser underwear that I could think of. A Bowser plush? That's great. Yeah. And Bowser pants. Nice. Yeah. No. Bowser underwear. Underwear. There's a joke there somewhere. Pants equals underpants here. Got it. Okay. Pants equals like over the underwear. The stuff that makes it so you don't get arrested when you go outside. That's what it means over here. It's very tiny. You know, I think Bowser underpants for me is good because my wife better be careful or else like the land from down under will just completely demolish her. Know what I'm saying? Bowser's gonna eat everything right up. Know what I'm saying? God, I'm sick. So sick. You have Mario box or somewhere? Nice. Nice. No hats, no programmer gloves, and then you're not a true fan. Sorry, you're not a true fan. Okay. I now have to do something to figure out. I gotta figure out the range mechanics. Let's arrange. Is coordinate in range of coordinate? Okay, I've got two choices. I can either go through all the ships in the opposing fleets. Get some PTSD there, little buddy. Yeah, I can go through all the ships in the... I already have the function, so it's fine. We've got the functions to actually check coordinate ranges. It's all good. I can go through all the ships in the fleet, or I can just go in a diamond shape. I kind of have to do both, don't I? Crap. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No, it's the problem is not okay. Yeah, so here's the deal. Easy peasy mode, easy peasy like dum dum mode is just start with whatever ship is currently taking its turn, going over all the other ships in the battle and just checking if all of them are in range. Like at most there might be 50 ships. Like, and that's on like, that's a crazy battle. Like, that's a lot of damn ships. It's not likely to happen. So that's super easy. That should be extremely fast. The issue is not checking which ships are in range. The issue is showing what your range is. And I have kind of two options there. That's really the problem, because then we could come back to like, crap, now we have to do the diamond thing again or something, because you want to render all the things that are in range to fire at. But if we're talking about cannons, I don't think that's actually a problem. You just highlight the ones that are cannonable. I think that's okay in the cannon, like if you're going to fire a cannon. I think what's not okay is your movement options, because you're going to... Yeah, you did send me a little example. I remember now. You just want to highlight all the boxes that you can move to, and you just like pick and like move through. All right, so if your range is really good, like to the right, highlight a bunch of boxes on the right and then move through them one by one, so you can choose like how you want to do your movement. So you want to highlight all the boxes that are available like that way, or whatever the movement range is. So it's really, the movement is the only one that's annoying. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. It's not the standard movement, no. Let me make sure my desktop is not on, otherwise you're gonna get a blast of noise. It's off. Okay, so this is the okay, so you do the battle, you trash talk. Yeah, it'll exactly. You see, yeah, right? So you start off with a bunch of squares available to move. And this is very dependent on a number of things, obviously, which we're not going to, like, we can't implement that right now. I'm just trying to think of a dumb way to do this, just to get the ball rolling. But ultimately, it's going to have to be, even in the dumb way, you're going to have to pick some... fine, maybe I'll pick a square, so we don't do diamond. But you have to pick a radius. But they did it extremely smart. Complicated, I don't know, it's complex. It depends on like your ship, it depends on the state of your ship, depends on wind, where you are in the world. But you can see, right? Your movement gets removed based on which way you go. Ship bearing, sea current, yeah. But I don't even think I need to go that far. I think really ultimately what I want to do is if I just do okay, yeah, you do the trash talk. Cool. Okay, so if I just do something simple and the only thing you can do is I don't know, a square around you. Right? Just a square, just like 2 or 3. Even if the range is crazy, that movement. Just start dumb, right? I don't think that's a terrible start. And then we can work our way towards getting it like this, where it's like, hey, your initial movement range is like impacted by a lot of different factors, like it is in the game here. Current for sure, like your sales, the type of sales that you have, or how many, the number of crew you have assigned to battle versus maneuvering the ship, the hull of your ship, wind in the area of the world you're battling, sea currents, how light or heavy your ship is because of the cargo you're carrying, things like this all affect this movement range in the game. Behind your ship, yeah, I like, yeah, there, yeah. So instead of doing a diamond, right? Yeah, okay. So maybe this is the right way. Instead of doing a diamond, just start with like a square. Just start with something just dumb. Yeah, and then you start adding in hey, don't worry, typing's hard for everyone. You start adding in factors where you remove portions, like sections of your square range. Like you say, if it's behind you, maybe like you remove like an L-shaped set of squares from the range, right? That's a pretty simple math. You just you remove those as movement options when you ask the function whether something is in range or not. Yeah, cost heuristic is where the magic is, yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to do a square. I'm just going to do a square, and then we're just going to start there. So I don't need to do this stuff. I can assume a range. So I'm going to assume a movement range. Make this an actual range value based on the ship and other heuristics. Okay, so that's just our movement range, and then I'm just going to assume also a cannon range, which has fewer heuristics. We can keep it simple too. We can extend this range out to be like 8 or 6 or something, right? And for now, all the ships are just going to do a cannon attack. They will move one at a time, one space at a time. And they'll just try and cannon attack whatever they can. And that'll be just our dummy, stupid starting point. All right. So what attack functions do we have? We need to okay. So if I'm going to do a cannon attack, I need to first check if something is in range of the cannon. Iterate all ships, check the cannon range. If something is in range, just hit it. When we hit it though, I want to move to a attack state because I need to render that. I want to render a cannonball firing off. And then when the animation is done, then I hit confirm. And then the next thing takes its turn. So if something isn't cannon range, then move to cannon attack state with a target. Then on the rendering side, if you're in the cannon attack state, who did the attack and what is the target? Okay. Let's go with Ocean Battle turn order. That's what we want. So we want to increment over Ocean Battle turn order. If it's not Sentry and it has a world NPC ID, make sure that it's not ours. Max fleet ships? No. I know Ocean Battle data has like total number of ships in battle somewhere. Somewhere. Total ships in play. That's what we want. Ocean Battle data, total ships in play. Yeah, here we go. So we do that. This is why I recommend a stack-based state machine. Can push the logic states and then wait for animation, which pops off when its timer expires, etc. Isn't that what I have? Stack of enums. Isn't that... That's what I have, right? I literally just have enum states, and then I just move through them. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so if Ocean Battle data... That's not the right thing. Ocean Battle turn order is what I want. Okay, I trust you. So as long as it's not this world NPC ID. So if it's not Sentinel and it's not this world NPC. And then we'd go is coordinate in range of coordinate. So XY range. So we need this, and then we need cannon range. Okay, so we have a target NPC. We have a target, and we'll go And then all we're going to do is just directly move to the cannon attack. Like this. So we're just going to straight up move over. I don't like this, but we'll see what happens here. Yeah, I'm not using that not equals right. C doesn't have that. Okay. Now I have to go here. This. Make sure we add a break here, otherwise it's never gonna go out. That's not a break. And sure, we'll add a confirm. Like this. It doesn't seem like anyone's actually taking the cannon attack action. That was stupid. Okay, let's see. Yeah, no, okay, maybe people are. That's weird. State cannon attack? Yeah, initialize. Let's see if we'll make it to initialize here. Oh, we don't have, we're not setting a dialogue or anything. Okay. Okay, and then let's go up to string. We'll have to create the string for this. Over here. Okay, there we go. So we just need to track our target. who's attacking and then the target they're attacking. And if we can track that, then we can initiate an animation. Sorry. Okay, how are we going to track that? Maybe ocean battle data is the right place. Yeah. Ocean battle data, attacker. NPC ID or ship ID? Attacker ship ID, I guess. Yeah. I guess we're just using NPC IDs for ship IDs. So maybe just world NPC IDs, probably more pedantic, but that is what we're doing. So we will add it to the ocean battle data. It's going to be a world NPC ID. Yeah, something is up with my keyboard. Okay, and now what we need to do is provide a function for the rendering mechanism to understand what, who's doing what here. Get ocean battle attacker. And it's going to return target world. Let's see it. Okay. What are the errors? The errors are that I am not supposed to return this stuff or set this stuff, set the value of this stuff. That's the issue. Okay. So now in our rendering mechanism, we are going to go detect when we're in this mode. Where am I here? Scene general shop. Okay, here we go. Scene ocean battle. So it's a state. If state here we go. If if its ship is attacking with cannon, then we want to do two things. Attacker attacker world NPCID. And it's going to be exports get ocean battle attacker worlds CID, and then target. And then we can also do attacker chords. Yeah. So we'll get the X coordinate of the attacker world NPCD. We'll get the Y. Same thing. And then target chords. And it's going to be the same thing. What the hell's going on with my keyboard? I need to check this for a second. Do not understand what's going on with it. Okay. Okay, so that could work. Okay, so now what we should be able to do is get a tile by world X, world Y. So that can be a query selector. So it'd be attacker tile element query selector, and it would be world X is equal to X. World Y is equal to yes. But is this the right way to do it? Document query selector, multiple multiple custom attributes. Yeah, it is that way. All right. If attacker tile element well, okay, actually let's do this. So we'll go attacker tile, we'll just console log it so we can make sure. Target. All right. With that, let's see if it works. Yeah, jQuery. Yeah, jQuery to the rescue, huh? Okay. That's weird. What? Yeah, something's not right about this. Viewport shenanigans? No, I don't think so. I'm probably just not passing in the right data. Target world NPC ID. Attacker world NPC ID. Let's make sure. Attacker world. Target world. Nine and 9. Okay, so that's not right. So I am somewhere in this logic. I'm not picking a good target. Right around here. Ha! I'm stupid. I'm using equals equals instead of not equals, and therefore I'm selecting myself as the target every time. Yeah. Okay, now maybe there are some viewport shenanigans though, because this isn't right. This is out of view. Okay, let's simplify this. I'm gonna have to fix the viewport shenanigans, but maybe for now what we can do is we'll move the NPC that does the ocean battle. Over here so that we don't have to go anywhere. No. No. That's not right. First of all, the target is not, or no, the person doing the attack is not at that location. That the actual coordinates are right. It is actually 1 and 0. This is accurate. Maybe Chrome is not. Maybe Chrome is throwing me off here. It's inverted? It seems inverted, but that's kind of weird. Yeah, it is. You're right. It's inverted. It's inverted. No, yeah, viewport 11, viewport Y11. No, 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 it's not inverted. No, it's right. Oh man, this is so freaking confusing. No, this is right. Viewport Y11 cuz X Y. No, it's wrong. I'm so confused myself. I'm stupid. It's wrong. You're right, Vicente. It's inverted. It is absolutely inverted. Y should be down, not across. I'm actually, my brain is somehow Stockholming syndroming myself into believing that this is accurate. I actually have Stockholm syndrome of my own code. Is this how React developers feel? Must be. So technically speaking, I suppose that it's actually picking the right coordinates, but it's not rendering the right coordinates. Type def struct effect use hook, React hook, use server component. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to pretend like nobody ever saw this. And we're just going to keep going. I want to get the cannon attack. Yeah, I want to have like the cannon fly over. And then I will fix. I don't care if it's not whatever. I just want to get the animation of a cannon flying over from a location to another location triggered by NPC attack. I make this mistake all the time. It's fine. I'm sure it happens all the time. A regular dingus, yeah. Dingus oriented programming. So if we're just going to pretend like everything's good, we'll go back to fixing the viewport after. Dear Lord. So now how am I going to render a cannonball? I don't need it to be in a tile. I just need it to be like, I just need to grab like one of these things and then put it into a div element out here. And then, hey Moldy on YouTube, how's it going, man? And then Z index it over everything else. And then just come up with like a animation algo. It could be dumb. We can dumb it. It could be super dumb, where it's just like every second it just inches its way closer to the target. But in order for me to do that, I need to grab the target. You can just lerp from start to the end. Yeah, I would need to grab the target CSS transforms. CSS transforms are allowed. I was thinking about maybe not transforms because that triggers hardware acceleration. I was thinking, what if I took what if I just CSS animated it with keyframes, because that's 2D. But there's a problem with this. There's a problem with it either way. Whether you do a JavaScript based animation or a CSS keyframe animation, you need to pass in a starting location and an ending location, and that's usually in the form of pixels. So you have to determine one or the other at minimum. Yeah, I would say a floating div would work. And then what you'd have to do is width, height, position, maybe top left, like this. Do you see how it does top left like this, right? So it'd be something along this line. So you could do a position absolute. Just like what's on screen right now. Let me just zoom that in. I'm not sure how easy it is to read, but it'd be like that. But what I need to do is I need to get the actual location. See, this is where things get tricky. Now you have to do rendering snafus. Because essentially what you have to do is you have to grab your target. I can float a div overlaying the viewport, yes. Then I can use pixel positions. That's exactly right. There are other ways to do it. For example, I could use margin tricks, or I could just run a request animation frame just for that animation and just reposition it. There's a few ways to skin this cat, but the most I think what you guys are suggesting is the dead simple way. Just create a div element, stack it over top, and then pixel position it. But I need to get the starting pixels and I need to get the ending pixels. And that's the part that's annoying. Because now what I have to do... get client rects. This thing. Bottom, height, left, right, top, width, X, Y. I guess I would do this. Doesn't the viewport calculate the pixels in theory? Okay, you guys have a point. Okay, look. So the viewport does, but here's the problem is that if I rely on the viewport, if I rely on the grid mechanism in WebAssembly to determine where things start and end, that's perfectly fine. But it doesn't match up with where the actual HTML, to Laugh's point, the HTML is not, it's not going to have pixel coordinates consistent with the viewport coordinates. The viewport coordinates are based on what's in the game. The HTML coordinates are based on how the game is rendered in the browser. So there are two different coordinates. There's a translation step that needs to happen there. Right. So I can't just rely on viewport XY to give me pixel coordinates. I actually have to rely on HTML XY. And the reason why is because we've decided to go with absolute positioning, which then automatically forces us out of the game's viewport and into the browser's HTML. Yeah. Because the browser scales to the host. Yeah. Or in some cases, like you can imagine the viewport has like some padding because of the HTML like auto centers the game, or you've zoomed in or things like this, right? Once you've stepped away, once you've done position absolute with layered indexing, you're out of WebAssembly. Can't help you no more. You have to do browser things. That's kind of why I was hoping not to do it, but this is truly the simpler way, because we just have to figure out the two div elements, pixel coordinates, and animate towards that. It can calculate all given the screen size. It doesn't know the screen size. Like WebAssembly doesn't care about the screen size. It only cares about the viewport size. Hooking the... yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to hook the resize event. No, because now... yeah, okay. I'll wait for the Twitch ads. I'll just keep going like this for a bit. Yeah, I've checked out Clay. Let's see. So I guess it would be get client rect. It damn near killed them. Okay. Yeah, so I don't want to hook a resize event because then you have to do really odd things every time there's a resize event. So if people are like flipping their phone around or whatever, it gets really weird. Then what I'm essentially doing is I'm putting the rendering functionality inside of WebAssembly. I want the rendering functionality to be an independent thing from WebAssembly. WebAssembly should only care about the game state and what belongs where based on a given size. It should not care about like giving you pixel coordinates based on what actually is rendering the thing that you're doing. Part of the reason too is what if you just want to render this in text mode? Like what if you want to create a MUD, like the old school MUDs? Um, so I don't want to move this to the WebAssembly side, which therefore I have to avoid things like hooking resize events and passing in the screen size over to WebAssembly. So this is the way I want to do it. It's just that I have options on doing it the way I want to. This is the least worst this is the least complicated option. This is the most dumb option that still separates WebAssembly and the rendering mechanism. And I have checked out Clay. Yeah. It's cool. I will reserve judgment. I want to give it some time. I have some concerns about Clay. But I'll just let some time pass and see if the concerns play out. And if not, then yeah, I'll use it. Okay. So do we have get? So this is what I want to do. I just want to check if. Yep. Client recs. Awesome. Do I really need to reference an array value in here? Yeah, I guess I do. So maybe then a stupid easy way. Let's assume that we have a canon tile that is whatever. Give it an ID so we can reference it in the future if we need to. And then we'll go style position is absolute. Then we'll go Z index, let's say like 100. Width will be tile size scaled. Pixels, because we're already calculating what the tile size should be, so we don't need to do that here. We just... Alright, so it should be 32, I think. And then the background. We want to add Atlas. Okay. And then we're going to add a background position. And so we're going to do the exact same thing as we were doing with the other tiles. And we're going to go 64 pix times, I don't know, 10. And then I feel like 0 should be right. And then we need to go viewport, get element ID, viewport. I'm pretty sure it's a viewport. Let's check. It is. And I don't want to add it to pen child, do I? No, I don't want to add it inside the viewport. What if I just... Okay, and then we need to do top and left as well. Let's do it like... Let's just default to 10. All right. Let's see. Do we have a... Does anything get added? No. Tile size scaled is not defined. Crap. Tile size, where you be at, boy? Oh. These have to be global variables. Gotcha. No, actually, I can keep him here. Yeah, I can keep him here. Let's try this. Body is not defined. Right. I have to do that. I have to precede it with a document. It needs to be heralded before it can be used. There we go. Okay. So, so yeah, that works. So now we just need to do, let's see. So if it's here, then we probably just want like, 1 or 2, and then maybe, so 1 or 2 in terms of y coordinate. Let's try 1, and then we'll go 8. Oh, close. So 1 is over here. Oh, it's 32 by 32, isn't it? It's not 64 by 64. Okay. So we're just 1 off. I'm going to have to change all... I'm just realizing that I'm using the wrong coordinates. I thought everything here was 32 by 32. It's not. Or 64 by 64. It's not. It's 32 by 32. So that's fine. We'll go 9. That should give us a cannonball. Now it makes sense why those coordinates were off. There we go. We've got a cannonball. And then we'll just do dum-dum animation. It'll just be dum-dum. Okay, what's a super easy way to do this? Crap. If I do a for loop, it's gonna run so fast. You won't see the animation. Set interval, you think? Oh. Okay. Set interval. Nice boss, thanks. Yeah, you're right. Starting dumb. Animation interval. Clear. Here. We'll do a clear interval, animation interval if we meet certain criteria. So, you know, maybe I'll use ES6 because it just passes in global, so I don't have to pass it in manually. So what we'll do is, okay, client rects. So our attacker rects are top left. So we'll just grab these. Top. Left. And what we want to do is we want to get to cannon tile. Oh man. I need to track the raw value. I need to track the raw value here, boys. Boys, I gotta track the raw value. So it'd be attacker animation X. No, Y. Then X. Okay. So then what we'll do is we'll go and update cannon tile style top and cannon and left based on XY. However, we're going to increment X and Y by, I don't know, 10. Sure, yeah, 10, whatever, 10. And then we're going to go if attacker animation X is less than yeah, it probably makes sense for us to put this in a variable too. Target animation X left Y. Top. If it's less than target animation X and it's less Y is less than target animation Y, then go ahead and update these. Wait. Yeah, no, it's okay. We can keep these out. We can increment first, then we can check. Otherwise, then the animation's done. I have no idea if this is going to work, folks. Nope. Nope. No. It never hits done. Is it just constantly running? It ran once. Oh, you're right. Plus, good job, Vicente. Okay. Anything? This shouldn't be. Hang on. Am I the dum dum? Yeah, I must be the dum dum. Is it clearing just like right away? It runs and then it clears. That makes no sense. None. put some logs out. Attacker animation X, attacker animation Y, target. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Fixed viewport. No. You don't tell me what to do. I'm the coder. I tell the viewport what to do. Okay, what if I don't even... I see. It is possible, right? I think I see the issue. It's possible that it's possible that your X animation is done before your Y animation. Or your Y animation is done before your X animation. So we're getting a false we're getting a false negative here. It's making us think there's something wrong. I'll just say done X. Go like this. Done Y. I actually don't want an LSF here. I actually want to run both of these. And then I want to run... I want to run one or the other, or both. That's why I separate out the ifs. And then I want to run if greater than or equal to. And now if both are good, attacker greater than or equal to. Yeah, that didn't help. That didn't help. Ah, come on. Oh, there we go. Look at that. We're cannonballing in a completely the wrong way, but we're cannonballing. Because our viewport's borked. Hey, Frank. Vanilla C, man. Vanilla C. You can see it here. It's just vanilla C, no structs, no pointers, flat arrays, no standard library, nothing like that. No GPU acceleration on here. Vanilla JS, vanilla CSS, div elements, no GPU acceleration, like hardcore mode, like permadeath mode. And there it is. Our cannon animation is done. Nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us. And it's compiled to WebAssembly, by the way, Frank. Okay, so let's like kick it up a notch. Bam. Yeah. Yeah. The WASM part was logical. Yeah, of course. Right. It would make sense, wouldn't it? Of course it would make sense. It would make sense that you're a V8 engineer. What? Whoa, hang on. What? You work on V8? Like you actually work on the team with V8? I just want to make sure I got this right. Right. Holy crap. Yeah, kind of. I am lead of architectural efforts at Chromium, but I'm one of the authors of V8. Cool. Well, welcome in. I'm not sure what the heck you're doing here. There must be better places for you to be hanging out in your chill time than here. You saw topics you want to look? Well, I mean, I've got feedback if you want. Got some feedback if you want. Not motor engines, damn, yeah. The last decade was about humans getting to be like machines. Now it's time to get machines to be more human, so I need to see humans. Nice. Nice. That makes total sense. Well, I mean, it'd be great if you guys had if there was a way to do like better debugging of the WASM inside of beyond just the memory inspector. I debug. I run a debug mode, I think. Maybe not. Maybe this isn't debug mode, but it would be nicer to have like error output that doesn't require me to add in what's it called here? Oh man, where is it? The C++ DevTool support. Yeah. Yeah. So WASM debugging would be fantastic. It would go a long way. Because I depend on so I'm using WebAssembly as a state manager, right? I'm not even look, the other thing that I don't like about the way that WebAssembly interops with Chrome is the way that you have to do things like string conversions and memory allocations. It just feels weird to me. So having to allocate, I can't really put my finger on it. I can't articulate it well. But when I have to go pull strings out and then do like encoding and decoding of strings through bytes, or when I have to set memory, in like I have to expand the memory of the WASM module and then put stuff into it or take stuff out of it. It's strange, and I know mscriptum does it and whatever, but the whole premise of what I'm doing here is that you can do a lot with almost nothing. That the tech industry has become like way too reliant on crutches and stuff, libraries and frameworks and things like React, and you don't understand what's really going on. So I am very, very purposefully trying to do as minimum as possible. So I'm not using mscriptum. I'm writing my own things. And the only time that I ever reach into WASM is to pull out a raw array or on occasion a string, because it's so weird to do it with other things, with other glue. There's just some oddities around it. It would be nice to be able to use the typed arrays in JavaScript, so maybe in the V8 engine, and have some kind of shared space with the WASM memory that was a bit more, where you didn't have to jump through pretty much any hoops, I guess. And for me, it works out okay for me because I'm just flat arraying the entire game. It's just a flat array, all flat arrays, with functions that just reach into the internal memory. That way, the point is that I could run WebAssembly on something else and render the game outside of the browser if I wanted to. But when it comes to the browser, interoping with that is like, it's difficult. there's a lot of ongoing in that area. So I'm not deep in the WASM roadmap, but I know we have, or we work on shared memory. That would be great. Some shared memory would be like, basically you would kind of like remove the need for some of the tooling and weirdness that you have to do right now. It would make it far more streamlined on the browser. Yeah, I mean, I do wish it was also easier to expose JavaScript functions and make them exposed to WebAssembly a bit easier, so that, I don't know, I really like keeping a really hard line of separation of concern. So for example, I know I could expose a JavaScript function to WebAssembly and then have the WebAssembly like run a canvas operation here. I'm not using canvas on purpose because I'm trying not to trigger hardware acceleration. I think on my Canary, I've actually turned it off completely. Yeah. Through a flag. But it's just kind of odd to be sharing functions and stuff and exposing functions that way. It's just a little bit weird. Yeah, that's all. Shared structs are coming to JS. Not sure how it handles strings and arrays. That's my biggest gripe, I would say, right? Is I think the V8 engine under the hood, if it had more direct access to WebAssembly and vice versa in a way where you didn't have to do glue code, I don't know, that might open up a lot of doors. V8 is not a real engine, it's a compiler. Right. I guess what I'm saying is, like, V8 runs, like, V8 is running the JavaScript that's being executed in Chrome, like right now, as I'm moving divs around, right? It's a compiler. It produces a VM sandbox as a target. It does not directly execute it. It produces ASM. Okay. How the heck did I not know this? I should know this. And then, okay, so it produces ASM, and then, well, then how is the JavaScript executed? Isn't it executed against the V8 target? Like, the only place where you clearly see that is the case of Node.js when you do a binary snapshot. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that part makes sense to me. So maybe I'm confusing Node operations with Chrome operations, and I mean, yeah, I probably am actually. A JIT compiler, yeah, it's like the JavaScript code has to be like it's got to be executed against something, right? Something has to run it. So what is actually running that in the browser? Is it the sandbox as a? It gets compiled, and the compiler has a feedback interface to recompile parts. Okay. If needed. Okay. Okay, I see. So yeah, okay, so I can see, yeah, the result of V8 is a stack machine with a main that executes. Yeah, I'm V8 implements ECMA script, so JavaScript and WebAssembly. Hey, LEB, how you doing? V8 compiles and executes JavaScript source code, handles memory allocation, garbage collection. V8's stop the world generational accurate garbage collector is one of the key. Okay. JavaScript is commonly used. Yeah. Yeah, well, Frank says he's on the V8 team. And internally we use Torque, right. And I'm building a game in Vanilla C. Compiling to WASM. Flat arrays everywhere, no structs, no pointers, just hardcore mode. And then I'm using vanilla JavaScript, CSS, and div elements on the browser to render the game here. These are just div elements here. So then Frank is like, hey, I'm on the V8 team. What are you up to? Well, I guess I'm heavily using V8 right now because, yeah, Torque, right. So here's the thing that really gets me. This is kind of the reason why I'm doing this. I come from, let me see if I can find, let me see if I can find this. So I've been around for like 20, 25 years, programming, and I don't know if I can find the article. Damn it. There's praise for Ant. Shut up, Barvis. And I remember when React came out, and React was like one of the key things about React was like, well, the DOM is slow, virtual DOM will fix it, right? You can have a virtual DOM that, like, yeah, I hate React too. React is like, it's a cancer. The DOM was not slow. Thank you. All right. Can I quote Frank, can I quote you as a member of the V8 team? They do not understand. Okay, Frank, if you watch the last year and some months of my live streams, I basically just nonstop trash talk React and frameworks like it, like Vue and Svelte and Lit and Solid and all these other BS languages. Because no, the DOM was it was never slow. People just didn't know how to use it. And there was an article that in 2007, I think, or 2010 maybe, where a guy had he wanted to prove this, and he wrote a sprite generator that was just div elements, and then he just animated them with JavaScript, and then you just ran it, and you had a frame rate tracker, and you just wait until your frame rate drops below 30 FPS. And I could put in like 3,000 to 5,000 DOM elements before the thing ran down to 30 FPS. It was crazy. And so I'm like, wait, I've been told by front-end developers, I'm a front-end developer myself, I've been told the DOM is slow, but I've never experienced that. You just have to be really careful what you do and like actually understand your JavaScript, use like kind of in the way of C, use like really simple data structures, keep changes to a minimal, things like that, right? So then, React took off and everything, and I hate everything about it. It's such a cancer. I think it's really dumbed down the industry, not just front end, but back end. Now React runs with server components and stuff. Hey, you'll like this, Frank. React was created by Facebook for large teams to save some information and knowledge transfer costs. That's exactly right. That's exactly what I said. You had people who actually knew how to manipulate the DOM, and they were really smart at doing it. But those people were maybe one or two in the company. They were on their way out. And the rest of the developers around them were going, crap, when this person leaves, we don't know what to do. So then executives got around and said, hey, before you go, can you build me a tool that will help the other developers who don't know as much as you to do what you do? And then React comes around. Yeah, no, we'll appease to the less experienced developers. And then that trend just never stopped. It just continues. And so then you get crap like, let me see the network tab here, like this. This is supposed to be the pinnacle of React, right? Their own website. What the hell is this? And now we have languages like Rust. No, they're not aware of caching. We have languages like Rust that are npm install like Node in the back end. It's terrible. They do this. They all do this. And it's all it is just, hey, we don't have people who are experienced. Instead of investing and training them up, we're just going to build tools to help them feel good while they're programming. It sounds like React solves a LMAO skill issue response to the issue. If you need to be careful how you change your DOM. Yeah, that's really what it is. Yeah, it's a huge, like, it's a skill issue library that shouldn't be a skill issue. It's actually really, it honestly is not that hard to teach juniors how to make good changes to the DOM that don't thrash the DOM. I'm doing stupid stuff right now because I'm just trying to get animations out the door and whatever. But I'm like, at least I'm aware that this is 100% doable right now, and it will run fast on potato machines. The DOM is not slow. It has never been slow. People just don't give a shit anymore. Do you know the answer to all that? I have something big in the pipeline. Hit me, Frank. I'm creating at present a version of Chrome OS that gets built out of a single LLM on any device in Arc. Call it Awesome OS. Do you happen to have a link? Might perhaps I persuade you to drop a link? Not at present? Damn. Maybe end of next year? Then it will be stable? Damn. That sounds awesome. Might perhaps. It might haps. I think, okay, I'll let Frank explain it, but I think I know what he's getting at. I'll just leave this up for a minute. Let me just take a, you know what? Yeah. Let me, I guess it's already showing. Let me refresh my beverages. Frank, can you explain what you're talking about? That sounds cool, man. Thanks for the follow, Frank. I really appreciate that, man. And by the way, just while you're explaining that, right before I step out to just for a minute, you're among friends, Frank. I've been ranting. You can go on my X. You can go on my live streams on my YouTube. You can see on Discord. I've been ranting against React and frameworks like that for the better part of a year and some months. I did an entire video against Theo, who loves defending these things, and ranted it. Did a 4.5 hour rebuttal as to how stupid this shit is, because it's just shit. So you're among friends here if you agree with that. Yeah, we went through stats. I went through scientific articles that show that like things like npm install and like poor JavaScript practices vastly add to the amount of security vulnerabilities we have. Cybersecurity costs, not like spending on like people who work in cybersecurity, but the consequences of cybersecurity, third largest economy in the world. We did entire streams of like going over that. I pulled up Notepad during my rebuttal to Theo. I literally just pulled up Notepad and just like raw dogged vanilla JS and CSS just to prove that like these things are not complicated. These are easy things to do. And that's why I'm building this game in hard mode, just to kind of like, it's just to drive the point home. So you're among friends. That's cool. Simple. Create an LLM that generates directly ASM and C++, so it builds drivers and everything it ships without code. You boot the LLM from USB and then it writes the OS and apps. Oh, it's like bundled. I see. The drivers and stuff is bundled inside of the LLM. And no programming interfaces, no bugs, no security. Again, I'm not, but at least the idea of React being able to declare what you want, the resulting page, then letting React take it into what you want. Everything gets hard coded. Yeah, LEB, that was the promise. But what was the reason, right? So you're right that this was like, that's what React was intended to do, right? With the VDOM and even with like JSX and stuff, like state managers. The point is that you tell it, this is how I want my DOM to be, and then it does like a special VDOM algo or DOM algo these days. I don't even know if it does VDOM. But why, right? And the reason why was, well, the DOM is slow, so if you use React, it'll do it faster than the browser can do it itself, right? That's kind of. Thanks for the follow, LAB. Okay, one sec. I'll be right back. Keep chatting. Keep chatting. Databases got invented to solve the problem of slow spinning disks and reduced read time. Today, every NVMe is more fast, so no database is needed anymore. You could just do file based lookups, yeah. React is only a replacement for document query selector. It only maps elements and adds more none needed crap. Yeah, it adds a whole bunch of crap you don't need. That's right. So you need dev tools to know what your code, and then now it compiles. That's the wild thing to me, is you now have to compile your front end. React isn't the only one that does this. You have to have a compiler to get your front end to run. It's just wild to me that that's even a thing. React is, out of my view, a real code flow obfuscation lib. It's a good way to protect your source codes. No one can read it and understand. Yeah. Do you have recommendations for learning web dev? Um, start with the vanilla stuff. HTMX is actually a good starting point if you want to have some back end. HTMX is like a light library you can add on top of front end that can take portions of your back end and just swap HTML elements. So you can make a front end that's reactive with a very light library. But at the very least, whether you do that or not, you have to use fundamentals, right? So you need to just pick up a little bit of vanilla HTML, CSS, JS. Yeah, you can create HTMX yourself. That's right. So what you could do, if you really wanted to, if you wanted to do back-end stuff, you can literally just do something like what I'm going to do here with your JavaScript. You just call an API endpoint, like API backend thing. You know, something like that. And then you just put in something like some request, you know, some body that has a request of some kind, some data here, I don't know, something like that. You could do method post, whatever you want to do, but you just use the fetch, and then you take a response. I can't remember how exactly it is, but it's like if response is okay, then return response text, I think, in new HTML. So what would happen is that your backend would return a new portion of HTML. So you could like pretend it's like a form element or something, and then you just do something like get element by ID. I don't know, cool form. Form element, and then you just enter HTML, new HTML. Like that's really what HTMX does. So you could do it yourself too. Oh, there you go. As I'm writing it out, Frank does it. Yeah. Yeah, so there you go. So you could even do it with C, right? As a matter of fact, you could even do this with the WebAssembly stuff. If you know C and you want to play around with WebAssembly, so imagine that like your WebAssembly here, you ran a function and your function returned, I don't know, like some car, maybe, you know, a string of something. I don't know, return HTML, right? Something like that. And then it would just return, you know, a new HTML, whatever. I think you can even do multi-lines now with C. So you would do that, and then your WebAssembly would return some HTML, and then you can just take all the fetch crap out of here and just do a swap. And then you kind of have a swap with like WASM exports return HTML. Right? And you could have a little bit, you could play around with that, like reactive front end. But start with the vanilla stuff. The problem, see, the issue that you're going to run into, which is what we're talking about here, if you start with something like React, you're just going to learn React. That's the problem. You're not going to learn why React even runs the way it does. You're same with like it would be the equivalent of like since you know C, right? My experience in development is mainly C and System Verilog. So it'd be like if you wanted to write, if you were using Go or Java or, you know, maybe even Rust or something instead of C. You know, how much do you actually know about what's going on again compared to C? Start with vanilla, just a little bit of vanilla JavaScript. HTML is really easy to pick up. CSS is pretty easy. Just keep it simple, and then just work from there. You're good to go. Purpose becomes when you're constructing to feed a browser. Yeah, nice ad timing. I know. Ads are over. Yeah, what's this whole thing about like no back ends? That's always as your front end edge server always has the cache. Yeah, you can think of databases as cache content, but not when you're doing any kind of database manipulation to deliver the content you need. Bidirectional cache content delivery. The database manipulation is so far away from the front end and general backend code. Normally, the same dev will never get into that. It used to be that the same dev would. Like, easy, right? I would, yeah, I agree with this. We should have more devs that do both. Enter React server components into chat. A front-end dev does not know much about database design. I mean, this is true, yeah, but they should, right? Like, I just think it would be better if more front-end devs did, I guess. It used to be the case that you almost had to. Now you need the Oracle DB specialist to fillet the AWS. Should maybe not. I think what I'm trying to say is that if they are, it means that you've moved everything closer together as opposed to, well, no, hang on. That's not saying it the right way. The idea would be that you've simplified things instead of complicated them. That's what I'm hinting at. So if you have people, yeah, no, I'm not. I never said everything. I said they should know more about it. You're talking about things in a vacuum, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a vacuum. In a vacuum, of course, there is no single one person who can know everything. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about front-end devs and back-end devs knowing more about their respective, what would you call them, fields, instead of less, because it means that you've to me, that would mean that you've simplified the concept so much that they're not so unapproachable. It doesn't mean a front end dev will be a back end expert, but a front end dev knowing absolutely nothing about the back end, maybe sometimes that's okay, but I think it would be good if more front end devs knew more about the back end, more back end devs knew more about the front end. There are many DB engines in the front end, even forward proxies via service workers. When you know front end, you know back end. Well, that kind of depends though, right? Because the front end, the front end can look, the front end is a layer of abstraction over the back end, and it can be like indirection to the back end. And so the indirection, that level of indirection can cause you to not actually understand what is actually happening on the back end. It's the back end is shuffled around to meet the needs of the front end. So if you're talking about in terms of generalities, maybe in generalities, but when you're working on a specific thing, there's a level of indirection. So Websites are entirely about delivering content, whether you build that content at the time of request or not, whether caching is there or not. But building a backend to deliver that content is really more the heart of the concept, regardless of how you get that data to the front end. Right. That is all artificial complexity to make framework salesmen happy. It is artificial complexity, yeah. If I was going to co-opt what Frank is saying, I would say when you know front end, you should know back end. That you should, because we wouldn't have that artificial complexity or those layers of indirection that manipulate what you're receiving from the back end to make the front end happy and vice versa, especially in a round trip. These days, the layers of indirection are insane. So I would add the word should with what Frank is saying. And maybe that's what Frank means, is that if you step away from the stupidity that we've created, it is entirely possible that you could know the back end by doing front end because of your knowledge of the front end, because they're so coupled together properly, as opposed to today, which is very improper. My mantra is shift everything to the front end. Maybe I'd have to think about that. I don't think Frank's wrong in the sentiment, but I'm not sure that's even possible. Most maybe, but not the ones that actually require your app to be a website. Otherwise, yeah, make a native app. So I actually wonder if you need websites. Period. I mean, the internet is data transmission. It kind of became a website rendering mechanism on top of that. If you transmit the same data and just remove Chrome, you could write desktop apps that receive the same data, but just, right? So if you actually have an app that's like that, if it's an app, then maybe it should be a desktop app, not a website. Hardware gets more performant every month. I mean, it does. I really don't. I think that's a slippery slope. I'm going to be honest with you, because as soon as you say hardware gets performant every month, then you start saying it's okay to like abuse that with like sloppy code, right? Or doing things in weird ways just because you have the hardware to do it in a weird way. LLMs will make most of them obsolete. No. It started to a new paradigm. I do not use a normal backend. I try to serve everything via WebRTC. So WebRTC is like, it's okay. I understand why. SSH is fine for most content. Yeah, well, some applications are about your data. My data working together to deliver the aggregate back to you or other people. Yeah. Hey, Vox, how's it going, man? Hang on. Spiro's the real engine. Yeah. So I don't think I think I'm going to be honest with you, Frank. A few other people have tried the WebRTC path. There's the IPFS. No, the IPF. I don't think IPFS is based on WebRTC. I think there's a WebRTC. What's the name of that person who did that? I can't. There is a company that essentially the distribution of websites is done through a WebRTC, and you do a peer. It's peer to peer, but you start without an initial server. There's a reason web apps exist. It's just become the hammer that everyone uses to smash everything that remotely looks like a nail. I suppose. And so, yeah, I mean, you're right, Arvis. Yeah. I don't like IPFS. Ampersand? Maybe. The Rust suggestion? What's the Rust suggestion? I'm not gonna rewrite in Rust. Okay, I'm not even gonna WebRTC Rust? What are you talking about? No, why? Why do I care? Why do I care about that? Why do I care about Rust and WebRTC? WebRTC has been the thing. It's been in browsers for. You don't need Rust to do WebRTC. What the hell are you guys talking about? You don't even need. You actually don't need stun, turn, or ice signals. I'm not saying you should care. You are. Yeah, that's exactly what you said, Lem. Okay? That's 100% what you said. Don't gaslight me. I gaslight you. Yeah, there's somebody else who did the WebRTC path for distributing web data, and they did like a peer-to-peer thing, and you don't even need like a website necessarily. You just peer-to-peer it. Well, the thing about a WebRTC is it abstracts the whole HTTP complexity, as you do not need headers anymore in session management. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm not sure how I feel about abstracting that. Yeah, Arvis is right here, LB. Do something in PHP that's easy. You can just make a simple. No, you're not going to do something in PHP? Fine. Fine, LB. Whatever you say. It's your loss. But you do need an open connection. For WebRTC, I think so. JavaScript exists to serve you ads, yeah. It works great. It works greater than great. Let me give you an easy example where it pays for itself. Okay. I mean, yeah, Telnet. We should all go back to Telnet. I agree. Okay, in general, HTTP is origin based in the browser. When you use a cache CDN domain asset and load that from 2 domains, and you end up with 2 times cache content. It's a lot of isolation overhead. So we'll create caches for both origins. Okay. That's not the case. Okay, why is it not the case? You can skip origins. So how does something get cached? Or I think I know what you're insinuating, but I can simply have a central origin to cache inside an origin and request it from that single origin for whatever C. So because WebRTC I can run a service worker. And... Hey, thanks, Omar. Thanks for the follow on Twitch just now. So because WebRTC lets you kind of domainlessly, if you will, access data, like access to a site, then you just have to go to that origin to get that data. Right. I mean, that's not a terrible thing, I don't think. It's a lot of memory for all that cache and keeping connections open. I don't think you actually need to have a connection. I don't think you need to keep a connection open on WebRTC. I think you just need to have WebRTC open long enough for you to pull the info. Once it's rendered, you could technically sever the connection. How's it going, Omar? Good to see you, man. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean it's an interesting approach. I'd have to think about it a bit more because I personally do like the idea that you could decentralize information spread out over the internet, and then you just tell people like a singular thing to point to, and they would pull like the raw data using WebRTC protocols, which don't have to worry about things like about domains for one thing, but even like edging. Like you I think you even get around edging to some degree. I think WebRTC handles that because it does kind of like it does do like a peer-to-peer thing, I believe. So it auto edges. It just edges itself. It edges hard. It feels like just rebuilding what HTTP can do with WebRTC. I'm not sure. I have to look more into it. It's interesting. I am reinventing Usenet. Long live Usenet. No other domain does as much reinventing the wheel as the web does. It's true. I always say the web is the path of least resistance to the most stupid ideas, and then they just propagate out from there. Anyway, that's interesting, Frank. It's interesting. Are we talking P2P? Well, it's not really P2P though, right? Like P2P, how do I explain it? Okay, so for all intents and purposes, yes, it's peer-to-peer. It is. There's a distinction. So like it's not exactly the same thing as like it's not one-to-one to the same thing as like when you used to like torrent your favorite shows back in the day. Is it effectively the same thing? Pretty much. I mean, they even have like exactly what Frank is saying. It's like a web torrent, and I think they actually do have. I think there is a web torrent protocol. Yeah, but WebRTC is that peer-to-peer. It's like you can torrent over WebRTC. It also implements HTTP3 indirectly, but I like most that I could build a front-end only cluster. Yeah. Are we exposing everyone's IP to everyone else's? No, you're not. Unless you poorly implement peer-to-peer. Usually what you're going to do is you're going to have a central server that everybody kind of like signals. I think it's literally called a signal server, or it might have a different name. But it signals to other peers that you're available or they're available. It's very similar to what torrents used to do, right? You have to have a place to know, like to discover each other. And so there's somewhere where you're doing that, and then there's a handoff, there's a handshake, there's an ICE part and a UDP connection part. Yes. And so the handshake is when you're like, okay, well, I've discovered you, you've discovered me. Maybe there's a key involved, maybe not. And then, okay, now we're connected, right? But that comes in the form of something that's not your IP. It's a different handshake. And then depending on the way that you use peer-to-peer, you can punch a hole through like your like VPN or your firewall, and it's specifically for that connection. And it's if it's implemented correctly, it'll be very limited in what it can do. And you will essentially open up a hole in your network traffic that says, I'm allowing this thing, as long as it meets certain criteria, I want this connection to be able to ship data back and forth to me. And that's why Frank is mentioning UDP, because UDP is the only thing that can bypass the kind of like the firewall mechanisms that are incumbent on TCP connections usually. I think you can still do it with TCP, and you actually don't even need the ICE thing. There is a way to do it without ICE. You can do it without a central server. It just means that you have to like pass some keys around if you really want to do that. So there are some benefits to this. So for example, you don't, Frank is right. You wouldn't need headers. You wouldn't need like HTTP headers. You wouldn't need session management because you don't care about the session. And you, like the person is their own session, essentially. They manage their own session. And so all you're really doing is you're giving them like a, what would you call it? A pristine set of data, perhaps, that initializes like what the thing will operate as once they've received it. Then something that's local, maybe they download an app that executes for them, like on their machine, very similar to a browser, to be honest with you. And then it internally manages their own data. And then if you want it to be more complicated, then you could handshake off through the same mechanisms. Like, hey, I'm this person. I'm this unique person. You don't need to know my email. You don't need to know anything about my IP address. You don't need to know my geolocation. You don't need to know anything. There's just a special key that I have, based on some security mechanism. Or you could, if you wanted to, include an email. Like you could have the typical auth stuff, but you don't have to, because it's a far more fine-grained set of connectivity this way. So, this is why I feel iffy about it, because I can see benefits to it and I can see issues with it. This is going against literally everything I understand about network traffic. Yeah, it's not typical, right? It's not your typical TCP HTTP header session, which is what which is what everyone is used to working with. UDP kind of changes the paradigm, because in TCP you're expected to have a set of headers that like you're supposed to know the beginning and the end. And there's a level of expectation that you're going to receive your packets, your TCP packets, in the right order. And kind of from that stems a bunch of other things, right? So, but UDP is different and it functions differently in torrent mode. You understand the distinction? Okay, all right. Yeah, so I guess then maybe the part where it gets weird is like punching a hole through your traffic. I mean, yeah. Oops. UDP hole punching, peer-to-peer. So the reason why it's called hole punching. Oh, you do get that. All right. Well, then I don't need to do that. Yeah. So once you've established that, then right, a multiplayer game. So imagine that the web is a multiplayer game in this case, that you're peer-to-peering, you're creating a multiplayer game of the web and you're shipping data around. And the difference is you don't necessarily have to have a central server. You can have a multiplayer game with no central server. A central server could just be someone else's machine. Or it could be a central server that everybody pulls some like pristine set of initial data from. But the connectivity system is not your typical like TCP session header. What's in your header? Do you have the right auth protocols in your header, etc.? Like things like that. It's very different in torrent mode. There's a discovery process. There's a handshake process. You got to pass some keys around. Who can discover who? Things like that. It's very different in the peer-to-peer space. Basically anything that doesn't use dedicated servers uses it. There you go. Yeah. You guys are saying this. You guys are saying this stuff. F it. Why am I talking? I'm going back to building my video game. I thought you have to do the port forwarding stuff. Players hate that. Yes, exactly. That's right. That's right. Yeah, shut up, streamer. That's right. Ship it. Fix the viewport already. Shut up. You know, I like my TikTok and Rumble viewers because they don't say anything. Twitch is loud and annoying. Shut up. Sounds like it's largely skipping HTTP, which again, welcome to the web where we invented technology only to go massively out of our way to circumvent it. So Arvis, my argument back would be, like, I agree with you fundamentally that we're trying to like circumvent it. My argument back would be, why do we need HTTP? And I would argue that there are actually more cases where we don't need it than cases where we do. We default to it. And I think that's kind of like that's kind of the area where these other things. Web dev questions the need for HTTP. Has its reasons for non-interactive content. Sure, yeah, sure, fine. It's great for static content, but you also don't need it for static content. Yeah, hey, thanks, Ethan, on TikTok. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, you don't really need you could use WebTorrent or WebRTC for purely static content. You could do that. So like the idea of circumventing it is like, well, if you need it, if it's an absolute necessity, okay, then yeah, we're doing weird things to work around it. Modern web is basically downloading programs on the fly. Yeah. Depends a bit on the use case if you need it or not. I'm also a big fan of delivering a single big JS file with the content in it. Then no additional requests are needed. Me too. I like that too. Same with my CSS. That's exactly actually what I'm doing with my game here, Frank. It's just one HTML file. And I literally just base64 embed the WebAssembly in line. And I have all my CSS in line. And I have all my JavaScript in line. And then you just literally just pop open your HTML file and the entire game runs. And that's it. And then I can just ship this game like that. Done. You don't need anything more. I mean, I don't necessarily think we should throw away standards to do everything bespoke for every project. That's all a protocol does after all. No, it's not about... It's not bespoke, though. I don't know. It would be okay to throw away a standard if you don't need the standard. Like, React is a standard. I'll throw it right back at you. And then in that case, I should be building this in React. I would no joke actually be done this game already if I was doing it in React. It would be like the slowest, stupidest thing ever. But sure, I could do it. Because it's a standard. React is an indicator you should get fired. I agree. React dev likes React. Yes, I agree. React isn't a standard, it's just popular. There's a difference. Wait. What defines a standard? That is a standard. How are you defining a standard, Arvis? No. You know what? Arvis? You piece of shit. I like you, Arvis. We're friends. But what the hell are you talking about? I define the standard. Yeah, this stream has no standards. React is a standard. That is the default thing people go to in swaths. That makes it a standard. The use of it is a standard. So then if it's not, then you have to tell us what a standard is. What is your definition of standard? Otherwise, we're going to make fun of you and tell you you're a dumb piece of shit because we haven't got our definitions right. Based on simply definitional differences alone. It depends on your standard for standards. Yeah, so hit us with what you mean by standard, Arvis. Otherwise, we're just going to make fun of you. I need to find a way. I need to find ways to break React. You can't. Good luck. It's not possible. What you have to do is let people use it more. If you want React to break, it's the same thing as AI. Pedal to the metal. Just let them have at it. What they will do is they will paint themselves into a corner. If you've been around for more than 10 years in tech, this is how all tech cycles bust. They boom when they are good, and then everyone's on board, and then all the problems just stack up until it's no longer something you can ignore, and then people jump off. That's the best way. I just encourage people to do it more. Just everybody should. I want to see React on my fridge door, and then the problems will become quite open. In fairness, if he's referring to things that have an RFC standard, it applies to HTTP but not React. That's why I'm asking, right? Like, yeah, I guess the AI thing will solve it all at the end. As more and more use it, I can fix the AI, fix them all. Yeah. React in the toaster. Yeah. Yeah, React in the toaster. Okay, hang on. ID nudging, AI will solve that in any. I don't know. I don't believe in AI. I think AI is extremely overhyped. It's not going to do half of what people think it will do. Okay. What was I working on? No, AI does it all, but you need to know how to do it. No, that's what AI doesn't do it all. AI might do a lot of things, but it doesn't do the things. No, it doesn't. That's a bunch of bullshit. AI does not do it all. That's straight up bullshit. AI people. What I'm talking about is people who promised that AI was going to take all the developer jobs. It was going to remove the need for programming. Programming was going to become nothing but using English, and we're talking like 2 to 4 years ago, approximately. There's no way AI can do that. It cannot reason. It cannot creatively think. It can't do those things. How else should I create an OS based on that? I'm not sure what you mean there. Shut up, Arvis. Okay, shut up. From chip to interface, and yes, it can think. You only need to give it the instructions to do so. Okay, but do we know what do you know what instructions to give it to make it think? Do you know what those instructions are? Can you define the instructions that allow an AI to think? Yes, you can. Okay, you're a bullshitter. If there are no standards, That's an ephemeral concept. Why are we bitching about anything? That's right, Arvis. Why are we? Same as I would give you. You cannot give me instructions. Educating AI is like educating coders. We're not talking about the same thing, Frank. We're not talking about the same thing. You're talking about like a stringent set of there are particular rules to some generalized things and some specific things. Sure, if you can clearly lay out those steps, yeah, of course, you could just write an if-else statement in that case. You don't even need AI. If you know exactly what steps are required for a coder to do whatever they need to do and think like a coder, then just if-else statement that. You don't need AI. But if you want to tell me how to think as a human being and tell me why I think the way I do and why I can creatively come up with stuff that nobody else has come up with, and you can define that and then tell an AI to do that, you're a straight up bullshitter. Yeah, just like I was supposed to see flying cars by now. It's maybe too complex to put that into a single line, but flying cars are also solved. It's spiraling out of control. There are even single-person drones for transport. Yeah. Okay. I don't. It takes that long time to panic. I want some of what Frank Ellis smoking. Do we? Okay, I can't. Flying cars might be solved, but people do not generally have flying cars. Nor do they have single-person drones. Self-driving cars have taken a long time to get to. We were promised a lot about self-driving cars. They're not a solved problem. They're a continuing problem where parts of it are being solved. AI will continue to be that way. These things are not solved. If they were solved, we would all have them and we would be producing them in mass and it would just be a de facto standard. We got a training environment, physics simulation to train cars and robots without letting them interact with real Earth. We can train robots now in minutes. This you have not demonstrated to me, even if this is true, you haven't demonstrated to me that you have allowed cars and robots. You have given them an artificial brain upon which they can reason and think about things like a human does. That's what I'm talking about. I think we're talking past each other, which is fine. It's okay. If it happens, it happens. Yeah, great things will come soon. Yeah, that's what I was told as a Jehovah's Witness. Don't worry, the end of the world will come next year. Paradise will come soon. It's the same. It's honestly, I'm just being honest. It's the same bullshit over and over again. Yeah, yeah. This kind of bullshit right here does not persuade me at all. This whole just wait and you'll see. No, because I was told many things about tech. Just wait and you'll see, and they never came true. These are these are there are always wild claims, and it's always around the corner. Just like when it was a Jehovah's Witness. It's all the same shit. Yeah. It's it's okay. Even if I gave you examples of things that did not come true, is that going to persuade you to believe that you're not going to have ASI or AGI anytime soon? Are you going to be persuaded if I give you examples of tech that promised things that didn't come true? What would be the point of me giving you examples of that? The point for me is not to give you examples of things that did not come true. If you want me to believe that these things are coming, or you'll see soon, you want me to buy into that, you're going to have to give me proof that it is going to come true, which you can't. Your proof is you just have to wait and see. Just like millions of other things that have tried to get me to buy into the whole thing with that same argument. That's all. Yeah, Lem, I was a Jehovah's Witness for 30 some odd years. Yeah. Had to escape that shit. That was tough. Then I would understand your reason. I do not want you to buy it. This Frank has the right answer. This is a logically consistent answer by Frank. If Frank believes that AGI is coming soon, then his answer to me should just be, it doesn't matter what you believe. AI will replace you anyway. That is a logically consistent answer. Good job, Frank. Hey, Brax, how you doing, man? Yeah. Yeah, feel free to ask me questions if you want, Lem. I love talking about how cult mentality as a JW streamer is exactly replicated in tech and many other aspects of life. Yeah. Like React is a cult. I can tell you that because I was in a cult. There are some people there are some portions of crypto that are cult like. Same with Rust is a cult. Yeah. There are some groups in the AI space that are cult like, at least. I think there are actually some cult AI people. Not in whole. Like, I'm not talking about like a generalization, but there, yeah. PHP has to be a cult. You know what happened? PHP used to be a cult, and then they got shamed into oblivion. And then they deculted themselves. And now they're just like trying to be chill. Now they're like, hey guys, we're chill again. Crypto is a cult. Where is it not a cult? What? I'm not sure what you mean, Frank. PHP is cool. Yeah. Anti PHP is more of a cult. Yeah, I agree with that. Sumida Yuichi, thank you for the follow on Twitch just now. I appreciate it. Okay. You guys hear the cultists? Hey, Brax, which cult are you in? What cult you're part of, bro? Congrats, Cult of Spiro. No, do not make me a cult leader. I do not want that. Do not have a parasocial relationship with me. Anti-PHP, yeah, it's too late. No. No. Yeah, I am not the guy that you should be looking up to. In general, why the real AI guys are so sure that it works is the fundamentals do work the same as a coder. When I tell you cult of working viewports, when I tell you it can create an ERP system, you'll be confident you can do it, right? Do you have a parasocial relationship with me, Yoshi hat wearing streamer? I'm sure we can build an ASI. Okay, I don't believe it, but if you do, I mean, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with believing that. There is actually nothing wrong with believing that, but I don't believe it. That's all. When it happens, it'll happen. Your mom missed? Yeah. I'm part of the Spiro anti-framework user cult. I've been diving deep under the hood. And toast the Kool-Aid. You guys are insane. What the hell is going on with my chat? I haven't done anything to deserve this chat. Okay, I've done nothing. You guys are being ridiculous and mean. You're being over the top mean. Derailing this whole stream. People come here to watch me Giga Chad program, okay, and trash talk React front-end frameworks and AI. We live in a post-React as a standard society. That's what happened with chat. React is a standard, Arvis. Shut up with that. See, bro, you didn't want to talk about it, and then you just bring it up. You're stupid. The universe did give you the pleasure of such good chat, mates. Yeah. You're here for these bloody ads. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you should sub, Lem. Maybe you should sub. Maybe you should give me that sweet Twitch money. I really don't see it. You don't then define Arvis. You can't just say shit like that. You can't just say, you can't just be like, I don't know how it's a standard. If everyone's using it, how is it not a standard? Define what a standard is. If you're not going to define what you're thinking of as a standard, then you're the dumbass. I want you to think about that as you rest your head on your pillow tonight. Okay, I want you to clip it and play this back. Arvis, you're a dumbass. Define standard, then make your argument. Otherwise, you're a dumbass. You wish JavaScript had segmentation faults? That would be fantastic if you B-sodded your machine. Opening up React, opening up the React blog website, and it just seg faulted. And then you just B-sodded. Oh, wow, the internet called me a dumbass. Wow, the internet is always completely right. Yeah, says the guy on the internet who thinks that React is not a standard. Dude on internet makes self-own. Yeah, you're going to kick the little soccer ball down there. Yo, why don't you go cry? Arvis, why don't you go do crying? Yeah. Yeah, Arvis, yeah. Oh. Maybe we should distinguish coders before React and after React. I like this idea. Today, React is a standard needed to make websites interactive. That's right. There's a gap between the person, that person and the person that understands jQuery. Frank is right. Oh no, I'm the internet. I'm definitely just like everyone else. That's right, Arvis, you are. You are. Welcome to the dead internet theory, bitch. Shit. Shit. The internet is dead. Yes. I'm not having a midlife seizure. So you focus on WebRTC. See, this is how Frank gets around the dead internet theory. Instead of focusing on HTTP protocol, he focuses on WebRTC. WebRTC isn't dead, right? There's plenty of alive, real people on WebRTC. So, dead internet theory circumvent it. Is Arvis dropping more than one sentence? Oh, here we go, boys. Here we go. What's Arvis got to say? Let's see. I don't think React being pushed as the default makes it a standard. I don't think it's defined by any solid specification by any organization of authority. We can talk about that too. And you also have plenty of alternatives, which you talk about constantly. So your definition of a standard then is different than what we're describing as a standard, right? We're not talking about an authority that states, an authority figure or an authority group that states that something is the standard, like the W3C group saying, here's the standard definition of your HTML specs. That's kind of what you're referring to. What group has made React, knighted it, like this, right? Like, yes, you are the one. We bequeath you. Yeah, I mean, we're talking. Yeah, it is a semantic difference. That's why I wanted you to explain it. I think that's why a few people wanted you to explain it, because I think we were talking past each other because there was a semantic difference. So we're talking about, like, it doesn't matter what an authority figure states. There is no authority figure that states that you must use jQuery or anything like that, or even vanilla JavaScript. So you can't, like, there is no authority by which you could even have that standard for something like JavaScript or JavaScript frameworks. So we default to our semantic definition of, well, it's just what gets used the most. That's all. I almost got fired for choosing React in our enterprise app. I got fired for using HTMX. I actually did get fired for using HTMX. Is that a you guys problem? Got it. Yeah, sure. Tell me the authority figure that would actually, I want you, Arvis, if you think we're wrong and you're right, then this should be extremely simple for you. This should be really easy for you. Tell me the authority figure that would make React a standard, that would be, and thus making it a standard. Go ahead. There is no authority or JavaScript frameworks we go by what's popular. Okay, so different definition of standard is what you guys have defaulted to. Sure, yeah, prove us wrong and tell us what authority figure would make React a standard by your definition. Yeah, Frank, I got fired for using HTMX. They were using Vue, and we were okay. That's the whole issue. Then your definition cannot stand. You do not have anything by which your definition can be applied to. You fucking idiot. You gave us a definition by which there is no authority to use that definition. So what other definition would you use to determine what the standard would be? Ours. Go home, Arvis. Okay. Arvis and I know each other, so I can kind of lean in. So yeah, I was using HTMX on a team. It was a team of 2 people. It was a like multi-million-dollar company, thousands of hits a day, and the people. Would HTML not be the standard of the front end? Yes, but there is a W3C group that determines the standard of HTML. Give me the authority that would determine React as HTML. Then your definition would have a starting point. Your definition currently has 0 starting point. So on this team, it was 3 people. It was myself and then 2 Vue developers. or maybe one, I can't remember. And we were constantly behind on doing front end things. Things were taking like 7, 8 times longer than they were supposed to. And then eventually, like, I got fed up with it because I didn't want to use Vue. We came out of React before that. And I didn't want to use it. But I was kind of like, I was kind of pressured into using it by the team. And then I became the team lead at some point, and so then I just buckled down and on my own time, I rewrote our entire front end in 2 weeks, including the features that we were waiting for about a year and a half in Vue. I did it in 2 weeks. I didn't sleep. I actually didn't sleep for about 3 or 4 days straight in a row, but I did it. And then the team was like, "Holy crap! I can't believe you did this." We fired our Vue developers, and then I just ran the whole team by myself. But then the CTO got replaced. They put him in another company, I think, because there was an umbrella investor company. So they took out the CTO I was under and brought in a new one. And the CTO didn't like that I was using HTMX because he couldn't bring in a team of React developers that he had worked with before because they didn't know how to use HTMX. So they fired me. And ever since then, I've been looking for a job. So there you go. It's hard. I am self-employed. I have like a couple of contracts, which are the only things keeping me going right now. Yeah. I want you guys to keep. I just want you guys to keep arguing about what is the standard, because Arvis is basically. I just want everyone to know. Just just so you know, Arvis is basically conceded. He's conceded. No, they didn't give me severance because I was on contract with them. I was like a month, but it started off as a 1 year, then another 1 year, then month to month. So they just dumped me. So you conceded, Arvis, that you have no basis upon which your definition of a standard can even begin, but ours does. Therefore, we win and you lose, and you should go cry. And then bottle up those tears and send them to me. They fuel me and give me energy. The original point of the conversation was whether or not React is a standard. And Arvis cannot even define what a standard is. His definition of standard doesn't even have a starting point. That was it. That was it. And we won. Arvis lost and we won. Arvis cries. Arvis is a loser. If React is standard, then quit your bullshit. No, why should I? Just because React is a standard doesn't mean I want it to be a standard. All my points still hold true, Arvis. How do they not hold true, Arvis? Come on, Arvis. God, what is this low tier debate? Because it's a standard. Grow up. Who cares if it's a standard? My argument is not whether it is a standard or not. If whether it is the standard or not, it should not be. That's my argument. It has always been. Now you're just outing yourself as like having never watched one of my streams. What's up, Matreus? How you doing, man? Yeah, I don't care about mispronouncing Arvis's name. He has lost every right to have his name pronounced correctly. He has zero rights anymore. He's given up all rights. It's clearly RV Icebreaker. No, it's Arvis. It's Arvis. Get it through your heads. Okay. Let's call him Ice Ice Baby. Yeah. I've already done the Ice Ice Baby thing. He doesn't like it, which is why everyone should be doing it more. Okay, so that is at least getting removed. That's good. And then what I can do is a confirm action. No, Arvis. I'm not reading your stupid messages where all you do is just continue to make straw man arguments. You're just straw manning me. God, you're such an asshole. I need to initiate the next turn when the cannon is gone, don't I? I sure do. That means I need to make a choice. Just like I do over here somewhere. Somewhere I do this. Oh, no, wait. I think I already have that. I do. Okay. Okay. I actually already have the thing I needed. I just didn't realize. So I just have to push the confirm and then it moves to the next person's turn. All right, cool. It's a little bit better. That's going to go by so fast. Yeah. Is this the bad relationship phase where we start calling each other narcissist? Yeah. You stop gaslighting me. Freaking racist. Yeah. Why is okay? Why is okay? There we go. So other ships are taking their turns. I think no, they're not. Is Harvest's ship called SS Standard? Not yet. Here we go. There we go. But ended up with the segfault. I'm indenting so much because my code isn't finished. I'm figuring out the code, and then I go and clean it up after. Never indenters. I mean, the level of indentation here is pretty high. I don't like this either. It's like this here, the scenes. It's super massively indented. I mean, it's subjective. I suppose it's more about readability. Who actually like? Who cares? It's not going to make the. It's not going to make the program run necessarily any faster or slower. But I hate looking at it. Oh, fine. It's completely fine for you. Hey, Arvis, would you say that like indentations versus non-indentations is a standard? One of those could be a standard that we could achieve. You want to tell us about the standards of indentation? Why don't you go ahead, Arvis? Why don't you shower us with the wisdom of indentation standards? Hey, good night, gamer. How you doing, man? We're going to talk about how there's a standard established for code indentation. That's why we're having a conversation. Yeah. Tell me, Arvis, what authority figure is going to tell you about indentation standards? What authority figure is going to set an indentation standard? Sorry, Sabra, but you put curly braces after your case statements. Yeah, because if I don't, then the case statements bleed into each other. That's how that works. Hey, you notice how I'm not saying indentation is a de facto standard because it isn't, even though it's more than React is? Yeah. Listen, if you want to use... Listen. If you want to use our definition of what is a standard for indentation, then you're just conceding to our argument. You're bending yourself over and then coping by saying, bend over, everybody. It would sure be a shame if my gaping asshole received a fucking because of you guys. That's exactly what you're saying right now. That's what the break is for? Maybe you're right. Maybe that is what the break is for. Over here speaking English. Oh, what are we now? Now we can't read? By which standard definition can we not read? Huh? If the vast majority of us say you're dumb, does that make it the standard by our definition? Yes, it does. We win, you lose. I also, Lem, I think you're right about. I think I was having curly. I put curly breaks because I was having an issue with things not running properly, and then I added the breaks after, and then I forgot to take out the curly. So you're right. I'm reporting in violation of the Society for Friendship Standards. You do that, they'll laugh you out of the room. Still waiting for Arvis's comeback. Me too. Okay, hang on. Let me just let me focus here for a sec. Okay, so we've named Arvis's ship the SS Standard. We are doing battle scenes. So maybe I just fix the viewport now. Maybe I just have to fix the viewport. Otherwise, we're going to get weird things happening with our battle system, and it's going to be we're not going to know what's right from what's wrong. I'm still waiting for the definition of standard. Me too. He can't provide one. He doesn't have one. Why is there a white border? When did I put that border in? That's weird. He did. He gave a definition of standard. It's based on an authority. Yeah, it's from the Cannonball div. So I somewhere in the tiles. Shut up, Harvest. It's from this. I think I put this in earlier, trying to figure out. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So I can't read good for children. It's the school for the children who can't read good and other stuff. That's what this stream is. ID equals viewport triggers you. I'm sorry, man. This is what this chat is. Yeah, France. Yeah. It is the viewport, Frank. It is. Just because you say it's not doesn't mean that it isn't. No, it's not equal to the real viewport, but it is my viewport. Yeah. So what's the problem? Explain to me the problem, Frank. I know that I know what my viewport is. That's why I named it that. Redundancy? The problem is redundancy? Okay, bro. Chat needs to be 2 times bigger. Is chat is just here to be outlet for Spiro's red pill rage? Maybe. Makes it harder to talk about when I say fix the viewport? No, it doesn't. So then if you actually don't know what you're talking about, you could just ask. You could just say, what viewport are we referring to? You could also recommend maybe a better name. I'm open to suggestions. Okay. What would be a non-redart? Call it game context? Game context might work, yeah. But it wouldn't be the standard, yeah. What game context am I referring to? I'm trying to fix the viewport right now, Vicente. The whole game context? Yeah, but I have 2 game contexts, Frank. I have one game context, which is my WebAssembly, which is entirely, it's a game, the game context is the state of the game. And then they have the game context that is rendered in the browser. Which one am I referring to? The visual context, but it's not the visual context. See, this is the problem, Frank. No, Frank, this is the problem. The problem is you came in here hot, not having any context, and I use that word on purpose, about the history of this game, thinking that you can just come in and drop shit on what we have done so far. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. because you don't have the history. So it's not visual context either. You would know that if you just took some time to just watch what we're doing. That's all. It's almost like it lacks a standard. You lack a standard. No, you don't need to. I don't care. I don't care how, if they're generic or not anymore, because if you're not willing to at least, take in some context, I don't, and then you're just gonna talk shit about what we've done, then I just don't care about your opinion. Hey, Null Coder. What's up, man? Hey, Jacob. Inner game visual super context port. Yeah. You actually have no context. You just got here. Yeah. I do. I code in pure green text. I can't do syntax highlighting, colors, and stuff. It's just a personal thing. It just breaks my brain. So I had to create my own plain color schemes. That one I didn't create. So yeah, the colors just break my brain. So I kept it simple. There you go. Welcome in, Jacob. Welcome in, Null. If you guys want to know, what I'm doing here, I'm using C. I'm compiling to WebAssembly. I'm flat arrays everywhere, no structs, no pointers, just raw dog in hardcore mode C, no standard library, nothing like that. Compiled to WebAssembly, running on the browser as a single HTML file. Everything's in line, vanilla JavaScript, vanilla CSS, div elements for the renderer. No GPU acceleration. No canvas, no WebGL, no WebGPU, no frameworks, nothing. Just hand-rolled everything. Tomato thing. Yeah. Yesterday some fellow dropped in because he saw the hot dog stand. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Good, fuck JS, yeah. It is quite the endeavor. It's super hardcore mode. But I'm doing it on purpose. Thanks, Null Coder. The reason why I'm doing it is because I think man, a lot of people have heard this already, but in any case, I think we're in the opposite of whatever the golden age of software is. We write stupid, sloppy, crappy, buggy, insecure, slow, bloated software and websites. It's the whole thing. And we're okay with it. We seem to applaud ourselves. So to prove that you don't need a whole bunch of bullshit to write code these days and do a really good job and get really far with it, I'm putting my money where my mouth is and on stream building this thing in like extremely handcuffed ways on purpose. Just to prove the point. So, yeah. Okay, so I have to fix the viewport here. Download one npm package that becomes another 100 to make that pack. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The other day, I don't know if you know Theo. It's funny. He had a video where he was talking about it was an article about a rant on front end development, and he was defending front end development essentially. And in that video, he's like, whenever I think about writing vanilla CSS, I get really intimidated. So in order for me to write CSS in a way that is easy for me, I use Tailwind. So essentially all you've done is you write CSS by importing a bunch of JS and libraries and then building it so you can write CSS. I'm like, how do you think that's okay? I don't know how your brain goes, yep, this is okay. This is the right thing to do. My viewport here is... It's weird. I thought React was the standard. Yeah, he was using Tailwind with React. Yeah. I agree. We should just go back to HTML. Yes. That's all I'm doing. The DOM is not slow. HTML is fine. Like you just have to care about what you're doing, and then you're fine. I non-ironically, like not jokingly, non-mimetically, I in reality fully agree with you. Yes. So what is the viewport is a grid. Yes. It's actually many different types of grids put into one. There is a viewport grid that lives in WebAssembly too. And this references all of them at the same time. It's weird that it has to go through a whole bunch of turns before the next ship takes its turn. That's a little odd. But it's fine. What we need to do is figure out why our XY coordinates are all wonky. I actually wonder if they are wonky. Didn't we actually fix them? X0, Y1. I think it's actually okay. Isn't it? One and three. So if I track position 1 and 3 in here, I should see this, right? So let me go over here. X is 1, Y is 3. It's not okay. It's not okay. Yeah, Vicente, you're right. It's not okay. Yeah, it's actually not okay. Immediately wrong. All right. So there are a few places that I have to check what the hell is going on. When I initialize the tiles, I have to see what I'm doing here. We have to start here. So this seems okay. If I is width, this is technically X. If J is height, that's technically Y. So we're actually setting our initial values correctly. So it must be during the rendering phase then. When I go and ask what's at this coordinate, I'm passing it in wrong. And we were kind of doing this yesterday. X is I, Y is J. So I think we're actually also passing in the correct values here when we ask for value at coordinates. This is correct. It's the exact same thing. It's I and J. I for width and J for height. So maybe the issue is here. What is the definition of this function? X and Y. Are we passing X and Y exactly like that? Yeah, we are. Okay. So we consider our offsets and our padding. We're checking for position X against X. And we're checking for position Y against Y. All right. This right here is where we're getting the data that determines what gets rendered here. And we already know, okay, so we know that the hang on, let's just go back to, yeah. We know that X is 1, Y is 3 for the bank teller. That's where it should be. So it shouldn't be here. It should be over here. But for some reason, when we're asking for, yeah, when we're asked, where's our NPC layer? Right here. When we're asking for world X and world Y value here, we're being told something different. So let's just debug a little bit. What's world X and world Y here? Wait, no, not there. Only when we get a value. Name. Okay, so what is this? So we have bank teller. X is 1, Y is 3. That's right. That's right. Okay, so far, apparently we're being told that this NPC lives here correctly. So then we must be selecting the wrong tile. We must be. So what is this tile? Let's open up. Okay. What I'm hoping for is that if I see the DOM element and then I look at the attributes of the tile, I can tell which tile we're referencing here. Hey, Thoughtless Labs, thank you for the follow just now on Twitch. I appreciate it. Okay, so maybe let's pull up the attributes here. Actually, it was easier. No, what the heck? Okay, forget it. Let's just spit it out. No. Tile X. Okay, bank teller. X3, Y1. That's not right. So we're doing some stupid math. That's probably what we're doing. We're picking the wrong tile. We're passing in the right data, but we're actually picking the wrong tile for it. That's what this is. Okay, so it probably makes more sense to just do a query selector here then. I don't need this anymore because we've set up attributes on our tiles. It should be like something along this line. J. And if we have that right, swap J and I think it's okay. Like I is actually X. I think we've I think the problem is that we think that things are reversed, but they're actually okay. We're just not picking the correct tile. It's something to do with it's to do with this. We're passing in the right values and stuff, but we just have to pick the right tile. So I is actually X because it's across, right? It's horizontal width. And then J is actually Y because it's vertical. So we just have to pick the right tile here, and then we should be good to go. Oh, I see. I've broken this. Yeah. Okay. All right. So there we go. So we weren't picking the right tile. Okay. You know what, Arvis? You should standardize how you shut the hell up. Okay, so now I have another issue. Yeah, we'll do some CSS transitions and we'll do some stuff. You just don't follow the standard very often. The other issue that I have now is why when I go move player left, like look, what is it? Move. Let's try like move player left, or is it right? Oh, I gotta redraw, right? It doesn't do it this way. I have to do it this way. Okay, well, you're gonna have to trust me. I'm using my keyboard. And if I press up, it does this. If I press down, it does this. If I press left, it goes up. If I press right, it goes down. If I press down, it goes right. So now my keyboard commands are user input left. So what am I doing wrong? Okay, let's go look at, let's make sure that our user input left. Handle input. Okay. Up, down. Okay, so it's just directly leads to these functions? Sure, okay. Yeah, it's all borked. It's just one big Node.js loop, yeah. Could you imagine? I could. I could imagine. Intended X. Current X. Yeah, this is all right. Rendering is all inverted. Hey, Sin. Hey, Sin. Yeah, I know. I'm not ready for WebGL yet. It's kind of weird that it's inverted like that, right? I mean, this looks all correct. It's me, Sin. So what's inverted is if I press up, it goes left. If I press down, it goes right. If I press left, it goes up. If I press right, it goes down. The thing is that I know that these are being rendered correctly in these positions because, for example, our bank teller is in position X is 1 and position Y is 3. And that's exactly where the bank teller is. This guy's the bank teller. One, 3. So I'm rendering NPCs correctly, but apparently I'm not rendering myself correctly. But I am an NPC of the world. It's either on the input side or the rendering side. Yeah, so the rendering, or sorry, the input seems fine. My keyboard A is left, D is right, W is up, S is down. The input receives that correctly. Like this, up. So left, right, up, down. So far, so good. The input handler, up, move player up, down, left, right. So far, so good. Okay, and then move player left. And then we just go, so if we do left, for example, it's whatever the current X is minus 1. And then we check if it's blocked. So there's an intended X target. And if it's not blocked and we're okay to move to it, then we set the position X. We update the position X to the new X. So we need more macros. We do. We actually do need more macros. So this is all fine. Do any of your inputs match what they should do? No, none. Nope, none of them do. I'm trying to think this out here. It's also weird that initial placement is okay. I wonder what... Get world NPC X. So much offset math, I know. Get player NPC ID is... No, that's not right. Get player in world. That's what I want. 3. So then... No. Okay, position is 3. And okay, so X is 3, Y is 4. X is 3, Y is 4. What? Four and 4. 4 and 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're good. And then we're back to 3 and 4. 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, no, wait. Look at that. This is wrong. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's borked again. Yeah, the axes are flipped. That's right. How did I kicked the can down the road? X is not 3. How did this get 3? The NPC locations seem correct, yes. World X. So there's like there's a calculation not happening correctly here. 2. Yeah. That actually doesn't make any sense. I could maybe throw a strict on it. I'm not sure that that's actually the problem, but see, even the viewport, this is not right. So what is 0 then? Okay, 0, 0, 0, 1. Let's just kind of like see where it fails. 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Then 1. Yeah, look at that. That's not right. It's yeah. It should be X incrementing and Y. Okay. So then, okay, here's what we can do. We're going to see if this makes any difference here. Nah, it's not a DOM issue. This is literally, I'm just providing the wrong values. That's literally what this is. No, it's still doing it. This actually does not make any sense to me. Height is supposed to be Y. Oh. Now I get it. Now I know what's wrong. Now I know. Son of a bitch. This is the hat I deserve. It's literally this. X is 1, Y is 3. This is it. Can you guess why that fixed it? So stupid. So dumb. I remember when asked if the NPCs were in the right spot. They technically are. Their coordinate values are. In order of ops. You were looping columns first. Yep. That's why. I was laying down the DOM tiles for columns. So it's literally just the placement of DOM tiles. When you place the DOM tiles, you're placing them you're placing the columns and then the rows as columns. It's literally DOM placement. Everything else was working correctly. And somehow, I want you guys to remember that somehow, not but 2 or 3 hours ago, even though the DOM tiles were placed incorrectly, somehow our code was still rendering all this correctly. In the right spot. There you go. There you go. So now my question is, dumb balls. Yeah, the developer paradox. Yeah. Now my question would be, why is the Y? Why is the Y not animating? Do you know what I mean? It does X. See that? But if it starts down here, what ship is it attacking? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. First of all, let's move the ships. Let's just move them down away from the stupid area. But I'll fix the battle menu in a bit. Let's get those ships moved down so that they're within like visibility, and then see why it only animates X and not Y. Because maybe it is animating Y and we're just not seeing it. How far down could I go? I could go down maybe 10? Sure. Maybe not that much. That's maybe a bit too much. Okay, sure, that works. Yeah, so if you're gonna attack something, it should be like up here. So then, okay. So a really easy way to figure out what the hell's going on is, let's highlight who you're trying to attack. Target. And target tile element. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go let's just add like a weird, let's just add like a strange border to it just to make it stand out. Okay, so that is our target, but the Y coordinate, yeah, the Y coordinate is, oh, it works when it goes down. It doesn't work when it needs to go up. Oh, look at that. Oh, I see, because we're not diffing. Oh, of course, we're only adding. Schrodin bug. It's a bug that manifests itself running in running software after a programmer notices that the code should never have worked in the first place. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. What's a C gamer? I'm building a game in C, Zazada. What up, Chronix? Okay. You can request animation frame eventually. Yes, I can. Absolutely. I even have a request animation frame set up for this. No, I can't wear the Luigi hat right now. I'm in a shame mode because, yeah, because I did something stupid, so I'm shaming myself. Okay, so I'd have to go like if how does JS make me feel? Fine. Blink twice for help. If the target animation is greater, no, then we do plus. Yes. We'll just go like this. And then we'll essentially do the same thing here. Let's see if this helps. Sort of. I did not do any advent of code, no chronics. Advent of Chode. It's true, I do Advent of Chode. Absolutely. All right, so something about this is still kind of wonky. I think. When it goes, yeah, it won't go up. It goes down, but not up still. Oh. Because of this. This is too basic. That's why. We need to... I mean, we could just... Let's just raw dog it for now. Yeah. Well... Let's just do this. There we go. Well, okay, hang on though. We already knew that was working. Let's try this again. Okay, that also works. All right, so that's fine. You got 43 stars this year, and then you got burned out. Damn. I get jiggle physics in the balls. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so then I have to determine these are not being removed because sometimes I want to check if it's greater than. Sometimes I want to check if it's less than. So I have to do a check. I have to put a guard here. So I guess I could make sure. This is throwaway code. Just brute force it. It would just be this. Whatever. We're going to throw away this code. So. and then we'll just do an equals check. There we go. Yeah, okay. I'm just curious if it'll go through all the ships here, but I don't think so. So there's a issue with the turn order, but all right, cool. Okay, so now I can go back to the scene. And figure out the turn order. So what am I doing wrong here? I think I know what's going on. I think what's happening with the turn order, why the same ship takes a bunch of turns, is because I'm iterating over the fleet when I set the turn order, and the fleet does not have, I'm assuming that the fleet is full of ships, but it's not. So somewhere up here, I have to have a look at this. Yeah, if you had a nickel for every time my fleet was full of ships, me too. I know. I know. Okay, so in my ship data, ocean battle turn order, that's really what I'm worried about here. Fleet ship, fleet ID. So am I adding ships to the turn order when I shouldn't be? That's probably what's happening. Probably. Maybe I can check the ship ID and just kind of console log format. Let's just see what happens with the turn order. 2, 3. Yeah, this is way more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Am I sure? Let me make sure. Maybe there are supposed to be 10 ships. Did I give everybody 2 ships? I feel like I did. Where the heck? Here. Yeah, okay, I did. All right, so maybe then I'm not incrementing the turn order correctly. That's probably what's going on then. So it looks like I'm adding the right ships because they're showing up in the world correctly. So I have my data. I have my turn index set to 0. And then every time I confirm an attack, which is just what everybody does by default, then I have a look at whatever my turn index is. And then I go get the turn order. Yeah. Etc., etc. If something is in range, it's attacking. If it's not attacking, then I see. Okay, now it's this logic. I get it. I've kind of screwed myself over here. I set attacking to false. I see if anything is in range. If something is in range, then I set attacking to true. However, if attacking is true, then as long as something is in range, it remains your turn. I deserve the hat. Because I'm stupid. So what I need to do is like have attacked. If you've already taken that's what's missing here, is that I haven't implemented like the have taken a turn thing. If you've done the attack, then you shouldn't be doing this. So we can keep it simple. Yeah, this might go away. This here might go away. But it shall do for now. Close. Okay. So then what we're gonna do is or ocean battle data attacked, right? We'll do this. And then we'll set it to false. Here. But we'll set it to true here. I think that should do it. Yeah, that does it. Okay. And there we go. All the ships take their turn. Okay. That's much better. All right. So then we can start building in things like health points, things like that. Now that we have that working, we can probably also remove that white border. So let me remove the border that I set up on that thing. Don't need that. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, this was good. I'll keep I'll stop here because this is a good place to stop, and then we can just add other attack modes, and we'll just expand on this. Okay. Yeah, Mario Boxing React. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna end here. I'll go have some dinner. I'm probably I might stream tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, a good place to stop. Let me find somebody to raid. Thanks everyone. Thanks everyone for being here. It was fun. It was a good time. I appreciate it. Oh, and tell everyone about explainmybug.com. Okay, in case you don't know what that is. Okay, it's here. Explainmybug.com. I'm tired of tech bros telling me that there's nothing wrong with tech. So this is just a way for consumers and users to report bug complaints. And then that way I'll have actual data, and I offer an explanation why they're getting the bug in the first place, and then for free, and then that way we'll have some actual data on like actual bugs that are happening, issues with software. So yeah, tell your friends. Okay, let me find somebody. I have been told that I will be streaming tomorrow. The decision has been made for me, so I will see you all tomorrow. Let's see who's got something that's like kind of in line with what we're doing. C, but seems Russian. Chill code stream, Godot, Rust, GraphQL. Ew, disgusting. Just gag me. Java, Android, CA2 software. The Mrs. Listen, Arvis, I wear the pants around here. Okay, I'm the man of the house. Says the dude with a Mario or with a Toad hat, who's clearly in shame. I don't know if you guys can feel the look I'm getting. I don't know if it translates, the look I'm getting from my wife right now. The daggers. Hopefully the daggers are stabbing you just as much as they did. They stab me. Yeah, I don't see anybody on here who's got the same kind of thing. I'm just gonna have to pick someone and hope for the best. No. No, not this. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, the I'm in charge hat. Yeah. Imagine me telling my wife I'm in charge in this hat. I'm in charge. No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, with the Toad hat. Guys, I can't find anyone. I think I'm just gonna have to pick someone at random and go. Because there's no one who's doing what we're doing. Honestly, I'm the only GigaChad programmer around here who does what I do. Replacing my Intel CPU? Why don't we do that? I like that the missus is telling you to stream like you're trying to skip school. No, you will be streaming tomorrow. Yeah. You're not skipping school. Yeah. That's right. That's my wife. I will be on break due to broken things. Yeah. Okay. Replacing Intel CPU sounds good. Let's do that. Sounds good enough. Just watching someone struggle. It's her chance to get rid of him. Yeah, that's right. The whip that needed to be cracked. Yeah, when I'm streaming, she doesn't have to put up with me. That's what's really going on, right? We all know it. Okay, if you've spent more than 5 minutes with me on stream, you know this is true. Okay, let's raid this guy. He probably won't notice because he's busy fixing his CPU, but it's fine. Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was fun. We got a lot accomplished actually. So at this point now, it's just a matter of like we got some animations and stuff. So now we can start like actually doing the battle mechanics and putting some story together. So we're actually farther ahead than we've ever been, believe it or not. No thanks to Arvis and his stupid standards. Arvis, you suck. You're a piece of shit. You can't make any good arguments. You have no good way of defining any argument you make at all. You don't belong in any place at all where there's any argument at all ever. Cry tonight. I want you to cry. I want you to feel pain and so I want you to know how dumb you are, Arvis, okay? You suck.